right, and we're live. Let me see. Okay, great stuff. So very exciting, very, very exciting. Today I fixed the bug for SSE, I think. So I did some testing with Dino-Might. I spent like the last hour and a half, 2 hours, just trying to figure out what was going on, and I finally figured it out. The problem, well, it obviously wasn't with SSE, right? Because that was working. The problem was with use effects and the way that it works internally with React. I was going into this thinking that the dependencies for a use effect are reference equality. This is not true. It's partially true, but with a caveat. Empty objects, empty lists, those are equal. So if I make a new list, like let's say A is this and B is this, you know, these two objects, they're different objects because they're a different reference. If I do like A dot, let's just make these an any just for the sake of, or we'll make it an object just for the sake of this demonstration here, okay? Let's say these are objects, okay? And if I do A dot A equals 42, and then I print B. Okay, you know what? Let's say these are any, just so it understands. Or and we'll do this. Key string any. All right, cool. If I do this, B is gonna print empty. There's nothing in it, right? Obviously, okay. And if I do B dot A equals 42, and then I print it up. Now these are different, right? If I do A is equal to B, this is false because the reference equality is different. If I now do this, and I have this C, and I assign it to A, and now I want to see, is A equal to C? Yes, it is, because they refer to the same object. And if I do like C dot A equals 420, now all of a sudden, if I print out A, I will also get 420. Okay, that's just how reference equality works. But if I print out B, it's still 42. It didn't change because it's a different object, okay? Now, why is this important? Because inside of a use effect, it's mostly reference equality. So if you have like a number, it's going to check the actual value. If you have a string, it'll check the actual string. If you have an object, it checks referential equality. If you have a list, it's referential equality. You've got to be careful with that. Now, I was using this to my advantage with SSE because I wanted it to change. So I made a shallow copy thinking that the referential equality would change and the use effect would trigger because it would think the dependencies changed. It didn't happen because the object was empty in both of them. So what I was doing is I was doing the equivalent of this, delete delete this. So what would happen now is A is an empty object. And then I was doing something like, okay, well, A is equal to this new empty object. This would be false, by the way, because referential equality. The problem is that React has a special check, I believe, where it's like, is empty. And, if both of these are empty, then return because, they're the same. Two separate empty objects are the same. I know this happens for objects now because of the way this bug worked. I suspect it also happens for lists. You can test it out if you want, but I'm fairly sure that's what's happening. Oh, hi, Vinette. How's it going? I just saw your message. I had the chat overlapped. It's going pretty well. We fixed the SSE. And I was just explaining like how use effect works in React because it actually works a little differently than I thought. And that was breaking my code. But I fixed it. I fixed it with this one line right here where I perform the shallow copy before making any changes to it. That way I'm making sure that I'm not modifying the old value. So whenever I do this delete, it's only being done on the shallow copy, not on the initial object. And so now the use effect is treating them as different. And check it out. This right here, this Dino-Might game, this is using SSE. And I hope it's bug-free because I'm about to show it off. And if it's not bug-free, well, that will be bad. So let's try it out. Oh, whoops, I didn't save the thing. Okay, well. I wanted to show this with more. Oh well. Point is, it works. I should probably remove some of these console logs. So, console. Okay, let's not do that one there. So now I'm just going through. I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't need to be a use effect debugger because I'm done debugging it. But yeah, I was shocked. I can't believe it. I can't believe that happened. Use effect did not work the way that I expected. You tried it yesterday? What did you try yesterday? SSE or Dino-Might? You're doing the non-SSE. If you're playing Dino-Might on Foony, if you're playing any game on Foony right now, the feature flag for SSE is off. On my dev build, this one that I'm doing right here. Okay, yeah. You probably lagged a little then, because you're actually using Firebase. But this version is using SSE, the server sent events. And it's local only. I haven't deployed it. I will deploy it very soon. And so you can test out all the bugs I introduced as a result of this. Okay, let's see. Gotta make sure that the game server, uh-oh. Whoa. Oh, see, that's a bug right there. It just crashed the room. Cannot read properties of undefined. DB local state. Oh, wait, no, that's the debug for... Oh, wait, no, yeah, that's totally right. This.nv.rims. If not rim it, oh. Yeah, I can see how that would fail. This.nv.rim. Okay, this needs a... Yeah, okay. Coolios. Okay, so that's fixed. That's an important bug fix. Okay, so we've done that. Let's start this up again. I was surprised when I did 50 here and I hit save. Because that should work. Oh, well, I just leaked my bearer token. Oh no. Technically, at this point, if somebody saw that, they could probably log in as me. Yeah, they probably could. Let's do this. That way they can't. Oh wait, no, I don't think I leaked it because I think it was off screen. But yeah, be really careful about leaking your bearer tokens and stuff. If somebody asks you to open up a dev console like this, and they ask you to go to like the network tab or something and like start clicking on this stuff, just be real careful because you've got like a header over here, which is an authorization header. And if they copy that, they can pretend that they're you. This is what happened with Discord. All right, here we are, 50 people. Kaboom, kaboom. All right, so the latency should be way, way better. I can see that my movements are great. Yeah, the performance should just be off the charts better. Oh, shoot. Hi, Ryan Tupa. How's it going? I fixed the SSE bug from the other day. I am so glad. I don't know if you were here for that, but we're replacing Firebase real-time database with SSE. And if you're not familiar with SSE, because not many people are, since nobody talks about it, it's a very simple version of Socket.io or WebSockets that only supports one direction. So WebSockets supports the client talking to the server and the server talking to the client. But SSE only supports server sending data to the client. But what you get for that is a very simple implementation with auto reconnecting, no need for any extra libraries, you don't need Socket.io, super easy implementation, and it's very lightweight. So I got it fixed, and I'm about to push it live on the site. So soon that version will be deployed. Anyways, latency for 50 players is virtually 0. This is great. I'm going to test with 200 real fast just to see if it still works. Because I don't know if I want to do 1,000. 1,000 I feel like is still really heavy. Let's see, console looks fine. Yeah, and then as soon as I get this deployed, everybody can test it out, and I will get back to working on the game details page. So we're rewriting the theme for Foony. We're making a flat design. You might notice this doesn't look like Foony.com. So here's my site. And you can see there's this grainy texture, and it's very late 2000s or whatever. I heard Olin call this a skeuomorphic design, I think. I'm not into like the whole design stuff, so I don't know what the right term is or anything. I just code. I do lots of coding. Okay. So let's say 200 bots. Wait, no. Oh, that's on Foony.com. Yeah, don't want that. No, I think this room is dead. That's weird. Okay, let's try this. All right, 200 bots. Here we go. Now, I'm guessing there's going to be some lag. Because this is virtually unplayable on the live site with 200. I currently have it limited to 50 just because this does not run on the live server. But it looks like it runs now. This looks like it's working. So this is the power of SSE. Even with no optimizations, we went from 50 to 200 players. Now, it's a little bit laggy on the client with 200 because I have to finish optimizing the client. But the fact that this is playable on the server is amazing. Maybe what I'll do is I'll limit it to 100 just for now, just so people have a better experience. Because this is a very powerful computer, and if it's lagging, then most people will lag. All right. Yeah, this is great. It's working just fine. There's no issue with latency. Let's check out the CPU usage, just make sure it's not going crazy. Yeah, welcome back, Snickerdoodle. We got SSE working. We did it. I did it off stream. I spent like an hour and a half working on it before I started actually streaming here. Okay, and you can see the server usage. It's hovering at between 1% for this 200 player game. But you also have to keep in mind, it's only broadcasting to one player. So if this was 200 live players, this would be a lot worse. But again, we're going to worry about fixing that. I have a way I can reduce the load by about 2 orders of magnitude. So this is temporary. But yeah, we got it working. This is fantastic. This is really good. So the next step is to get this deployed, fix up the other games so that they don't use the real-time database. I'm just going to make a change for that. That'd be pretty simple. Let's see here. And then I fixed another small bug on Dino-Might. Just some random little bug where the tiles were being placed incorrectly. Okay, so here we go. Enemy rooms. I know this is with SSE. Fix bug where server crash during broadcast. All right. And I'm so happy that we got that SSE thing fixed because that was tough. That was a tough one, all right. So what does this SSE thing do? It reduces latency. If you've ever played any game on Foony and you've noticed a bit of lag, this pretty much eliminates it. Lag is in latency here, not FPS lag. Is that the GitHub downloadable client thing? Yes, it is. This is GitHub desktop. The reason I use it is because it's one of the few GitHub clients that sort of supports Whistle 2. I say sort of because you see this pushing to origin that's just like loading forever. Yeah, it doesn't properly work. It half works. Okay, so that works. This one here, and I think that's basically it. Use current game ID, that's part of the refactor of the new game details page. The VS Code plugin thing. Fair enough. I think VS Code is the best free IDE, even if I don't use it as my primary IDE. I mean, some people swear by them, but those are people with like magnificent beards. And because I can't grow a beard, I don't think I'm qualified to use Vim at that level. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so this is the fix. Hi, Aaron's here. Welcome back. You did. You joined at the perfect moments. I just started. Vim is for serious gigachads. That's absolutely right. And this is why I can't use Vim. No, I don't want to grow a beard, but I would need to if I was to become an expert Vim user. Okay, so fix. We fixed the SSE thing. Fix bug where deleted values weren't updating. Deleted values didn't update. Wait, do you use Vim and do you have a beard? Because if so, that's amazing. No, I'm not saying they're related. If you shave, your Vim knowledge goes away. That's how it works. That is how it works. So, you know, it's fair warning. Fix bug where deleted values didn't update. Fix bug where use effect where deleted values from the server SSE didn't trigger a use effects update. Yeah, fair enough. Did you know that use effects in React, the dependency list, is not reference equality in all cases? Empty objects, even if it's a different reference or a different empty object, are considered equal. And that is what was breaking the code. Because I had one empty object and I had a different empty object, and I wanted them to be separate and not equal, but useEffects thought they were equal, and so it wasn't triggering a re-render, and that was breaking my code. Yeah, I was shocked. I didn't think it would work that way. Fix bug where deleted values from the server with the SSE didn't trigger a useEffects update. This is because use effects in React are partially reference equality. Empty objects that are separate treated as the same. This probably also happens with empty lists, but I didn't test that. I only tested objects. You got stuck for 2 weeks on a TypeScript React simple problem. Just a little Python guy that involved objects. If you have the bug and you're able to share the code, maybe I can chime in, but maybe not. I don't know. You think it would be simple? That's how a lot of these bugs are. And then you find the answer, and it's like one line of code or one character of code, but you've spent like, 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks trying to hunt down this bug. Well, I mean, if you send it my way, I can take a look at it and try to fix it. So up to you. All right, so what was I doing? We got that fixed. Let's go to the server and let's look at DB local state. Okay, we have set state. The simplest bugs have the worst debug messages or none at all. God, I know. And sometimes those simple bugs take so long. Performance bugs are even worse because you'll spend a lot of time profiling and then you eventually figure out where the bottleneck is. And a lot of times it's a really simple fix. You'll make like one line of code, but that one line of code took you 2 weeks of research. And it improves performance by like, 2x or something insane. It's not always that simple. Sometimes to get performance improvements, it's a big rewrite, but the size of the fix is not related at all to the performance you gain. Hi MXM, welcome back. We fixed the SSE bug, or rather I fixed it off stream. And I'm so happy, so happy. As soon as I fixed it, I was like, yes, okay, it's time to go live. Well, kind of. I mean, I had to put the tea on and, you know, get ready, but mostly it was time to go live. It ended up just needing a for loop. More funky magic? Very funky magic. Because this was magic in the way that React useEffects works. If you think it's reference equality, it's not. It's mostly reference equality, except that empty objects and probably also empty lists are treated as the same. They're treated as equal, even if it's not reference equal. And that blew my mind, because that's not at all what I expected. Okay, so we have set state, and it's this, oh heck, where's the heckin' thing? Oh, here it is, updates with slow trace. Okay, if ref, set only an updates. If ref dot starts with, yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm making it so if I have feature flags for SSE enabled, then I don't touch the real-time database for areas of the code where I've implemented it. I believe I only really did game sessions. Yeah. And then I have like a warning here. And I'll expand it to olive rooms later, once I make sure that this small subset works. Then I'll, slowly broaden it, and eventually there will be no more Firebase real-time database. It will be gonzo. Gonzo donzo. All right, if feature flags, SSE, and blah, 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 blah. Yep. And then push is just not used in this funky way, so I kind of want to rewrite this push thing though, just so that the set state appears or occurs first, because there's no need to actually have this, since I can just make a push ID. And this is how it works internally anyways. Okay, so now we've got the updates, the remove. All right, just do this here as well. Let's refactor this. Oh, also I read over the best practices for TypeScript for Google, and it's like, don't use static methods. Instead, just pull them out. Yeah, it said that. So let's just say function. What's wrong with namespacing methods? Right? That's how you do it in Java. Let me show you what it says. Oh, where the heck was it? Something about static. Do not create container classes with static methods for the sake of namespacing. But it goes into a bit more information somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is. Static functions and classes optimize confusingly, while file-level functions accomplish the same goal. Apparently, it optimizes in a weird way. I haven't looked at how it optimizes, so I couldn't tell you. But that's the rationale in the Google Best Practices Guide. I also learned about this really interesting new thing. You see this right here, where I've got db blah 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 and this.db equals db. Apparently, this is the noob way to do it, because instead you can do it this way. You can say private, and now TypeScript will automatically make this, because it's got a public or private or protected or whatever. It makes it like, yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. And this is why I recommend reading the best practices for a language before you really jump into it, and then just read it every so often, because you pick up little cool things that you had no idea about. Okay, so function is ref local. There we go. Now we can just simplify this thing. Bum 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 bum. Updates. Thingamabobber here. And now it's going to be is ref local ref. Personally, I like namespacing the functions because I'm so used to Java, and that's how you do it in Java. All right, so game sessions, there we go. So now game sessions information will no longer be sent out to Firebase. This is just SSE. And so if your client is outdated, you may need to control F5 once I do the deploy, because this will break all old clients. I mean, I could not break old clients, but the problem is it would slow down the server a little bit to be sending it out to both. So why bother? I mean, I do use Firebase though. Because sometimes it's nice to be able to just, you know, look at the... Is Foony a PWA? Forget what that means. I know it's where you've got the little worker thingy, mabobber. I don't know if it really... I mean, it has a file for that. Let's see. Let me see, where's that file? Service worker. So, kind of. But I don't know if it ever registers as a PWA. Like, I don't know if I ever call register on this thing. Seems like I don't. So, is it a PWA? Not currently. And maybe someday, because that would be cool. Okay, using SSE, don't touch the database. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm thinking, you know, I don't usually use the game session like that anyways, so this is probably okay. Dangerous updates and set states, also known as local set state. On child change set. Okay, here we are. If isref local, return. So then the only thing is this push. State.push, which literally only gets used for messages. But we can just do this. Because I believe a push is the same as just like a set, where you have a key. So we make a key. But I don't know if I need the full ref when I do this key or not. This is one of those things where I wish I had the code in front of me. All right, let's see. Where is that JavaScript SDK? There it is. Firebase database. Guessing it's from here, I believe. Yep, here it is. Here's the real-time database. Yeah, see? Firebase uses WebSockets. But I don't need the whole WebSocket, I just need SSE. Isn't it in node modules? Yeah, but it's also here. This is one thing that Java does better, is that I can just like click, 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 and get to where I need to be, instead of just getting to this like descriptor file that's like, oh, this is kind of like a header file in C or something. You know, it tells you what the types are, but it doesn't tell you what the code is. When what I really want is the .cc or whatever, the file with the code. And this is probably just the API. Yep. Real time, and then we have wasting broadband data. Oh no. How will the poor ISP ever survive? Okay, we got transport, WebSocket connection. Should be under core, I'm guessing. See, where's the reference? Whatever. Can't be bothered. Okay, so, this should work. Or I could even do like this .db.ref. And then I can just do this. At least type in GitHub's IP so it doesn't have to waste CPU cycles searching the DNS cache. I'll get right on that. Oh, I see. So this doesn't return. Okay, and send message also returns with enable reference. Which is send server message and all these other things. The easy solution here is just make it async. And it just still should say it's a promise of type void. And we'll just do that for all these. This is now async. And it's just void. There we go. So I believe that works. Let's make sure it still builds. Won't that actually make the function return promise void? No. It won't. Await automatically made the return type a promise. Async automatically makes it a promise. My understanding is that it won't wrap a promise in a promise if you return a promise already. So I believe it only wraps it in a promise if it's not already a promise. So I don't think it's an issue. All right, promise void. Okay, so this is on message.ts. And here I'm just going to say that it's a promise of type void. Basically narrowing what this is able to return. Oh, because I should have done that from the get-go. If I'm not actually using the return type, then I shouldn't expand it. DB local state. Right. No longer using this. No longer need that. All right, so that built. So at this point, any game session made with this should, if the server starts up, it's weird. Every day that I don't restart my computer, it gets harder and harder to start up Whizzle. All right, so if I make a game, then this game will not be on, there's like no game session for this. It's just entirely SSE. So if I'm moving, this is kind of scary because this is like, there's no game session here. If I look at the database, it's kind of weird, right? Because you got like this room And it'll have like a room ID. Like this is my room. And it'll have a game session ID. But then this game session ID doesn't exist. Like, let me just go over here and now let's just paste it in. What? No, this is not supposed to exist. This is not supposed to be here. Why does this exist? Oh, it's probably from an update. Yeah. Because it doesn't catch everything. Is that a bug or a feature? Definitely a hidden feature. It's not a bug. The reason this is not a bug is because there's some update that applies to the slash ref, and I'm only excluding some stuff. I'm not excluding everything here. You'll notice though that when I make a move or something, the database doesn't update. Yeah, it's not updating at all. So that's working as intended, but maybe let's not have that feature. So this is from a state update / with updates. It's one of these. Well, first of all, why is this broken? Oh, another thing it said to do is don't use any. Instead, use unknown. Because unknown is like any, except you can't like dereference an unknown field, where any will let you. That was the best practice. Anyways, which one of these has an update in it with game session? Oh, here it is. So you see this right here? Set the winning team if possible, updates, and then you've got like this game sessions, blah, blah, blah. That would do it. So I just need to like exclude that update. And there should be another one here somewhere. Trying to think. Okay, so where would this be?
Level up.
Seems like this is the only place that does it. Okay, well, let's do it this way, I guess. The only place in the code that it would do this is in this update. This local ref. Okay, this child here needs to be simplified. So what we're doing here is we're just like making sure that we exclude any children that are also in that ref local thing. The way we do this is we make a result and we return the result. If it's not an object, we return with no changes. This way primitives are ignored. So now we know that it's an object, which will be, we don't really know what it is. So we'll use an unknown instead of an any. Thank you, best practices. You know, like, I was reading over that document and I was like, oh no, there's so many things I'm doing wrong according to this. Like one of those was it said to use interfaces instead of types, and I thought types were easier, so I went all types, no interfaces. But apparently there might be some performance issue with type instead of interface. But this is like IDE performance. This isn't even code, like final performance, right? Because the types all just get removed anyways. Interfaces are cooler. Interfaces are cooler. Why are interfaces cooler? Oh, and here's another thing. So it said don't use in, instead use of methods. You can have methods on types. Let's see. Yeah, you can have methods on types. How do you think, yeah. Well, I mean, look right here, there's a method on this type. What's the difference? The syntax. See, here's, let me show you an equivalent example here. So this would be on success. Shoot, see, I don't actually remember how to write interfaces. It's been a while. I think it's something like that. I mean, of course, you'd have it without the word interface, but if I do that, then it'll show red squiggly. Maybe it's faster to parse interfaces. One thing they mentioned is that types get inlined. So you might end up with a really, really big d.ts file instead of just like a smaller one. So this type here might get inlined to just its contents or something, and you might end up with like a bunch of those. Interfaces have one less token. Also faster abstract syntax tree. I wasn't familiar with that. I'd believe it. Another thing in the best practices is that they don't recommend iterating over stuff with in. So like instead of key in child, they'd prefer it to be like this: key of object keys child. The reason being, if you do in, it's going to include methods. Okay, anyways. Wait, am I leveling up just from AFK and Dino-Might? Because that's amazing. I'm gonna stop doing that. I need to fix that. I shouldn't be leveling up AFK. That's not fair. Okay, let's see. Oh, if not as object. There we go. Okay, so then it's just result bracket key equals value. If is ref local, and that's gonna be ref / key. And if it's ref local, I want to know about it just for the sake of this. Ref local. I feel like TypeScript should totally understand that that's valid. Oh yeah, something I'm really happy about is when reading the style guide is that they don't recommend the following. For two reasons. One is they say don't return this thing if you're not going to use the return value. So they'd rather it be written like this. Second, I mean, honestly, I prefer this syntax, so I disagree with them. First class functions. Yeah, so this for each here is bad because the IDE has a hard time understanding whether this will terminate or whatever. So don't do these. Don't use these for each's. Just write things like a normal person. Be normal. Write like this. That's what Google says in their TypeScript style guide. Oh, yeah. Console.log. Yeah, that was a missed opportunity for me. I should have done that. But still. Don't use the dot for each. But yeah, you're right, MX. That would have been slightly better, but still, they say not to use that for each version. So is ref local, great, it'll tell us, and then it will continue. Oh, right. So I'll start this up. Yeah, see, it's like 1,000. It wants so many. Let's just do that. Wait, did I forget to build and everything? My opinions on ligatures. I'd have to look up that word again. It's too fancy a word for me. Oh, I'm not a fan of ligatures. I like to see the individual characters. I know some people like to have the weird super long equals for the triple equals and stuff, but I like individual characters. It's just easier for me to read. But that's a personal preference, right? It doesn't actually change code. It's just what you see in your IDE. You were converted to ligatures. What made you convert? You know this game. Yeah, it's Dino-Might. Or if you've ever played Balluno, this is Balluno-ish. It's not Balluno. It is inspired by a Balluno. Correction, you know. I gotta be very careful there with the way I say words. This is what I've been told. But yeah, it's inspired by Balluno. Or yeah. Yeah, exactly. Inspired by Balluno. And now we've got the performance improved. It should feel like Balluno. So we brought it back. Back from the dead. With some small changes. Balluno didn't have bombs that fall, or meteors that fall from the sky to extinct the dinos. This is what happens when the game goes on too long. Oh yeah, this should be really accurate too. So if I stand here, that's pretty darn accurate. As soon as it hit me, bam, game ended. The rendering order issue. It's mostly fixed. I think it's still a little buggy, so yeah, I'll try to fix that a little bit more. I think the main issue now is just the player and the rocks are sometimes a little funky with what's on top. SSE, don't touch the database. I never saw any ref local here. That's what you noticed? Yeah. I have a hacky way of doing it, but it's not proper. I think when I switch to Pixie.js, I think it will just work. I think this is mostly a phaser thing, just because phaser doesn't handle the Z indexes properly inside of containers. And so I have a hacky way of fixing it. So I've got two options. I can either fork phaser, apply the fix, and then it'll work. Or I switch to Pixie. Or I just use my current hacky method of resorting things the way they should be whenever I detect a change. Filter local child is not being filtered the way that I expected. Yeah, sure. Switch to Rust, WebGP or WGPU, and compile to Metal, Vulkan, OpenGL, all that other jazz. Yeah, sure. That won't take like a month. You know, like how many months is that gonna take? No, I'm good with what I have. I've built up quite an infrastructure here with TypeScript. I kind of want to stick with it. WGPU is a nightmare without a framework. Can you imagine how far along we'd be if I was using Rust and WGPU or whatever? We'd still be making our first game. I'd have a purple triangle after 2 years? Yeah, probably. Maybe I'd have one. I might have half of one. Okay, so, this is so weird. How is it getting here? Game sessions. There's no way it's getting here. This is impossible. Yeah, this is just straight up impossible. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Okay, let's just log some extra stuff then. So anytime the slow trace occurs, we'll just log it here. All right, we'll start that up. Again, what we're doing right now is we're making sure that we don't store stuff in Firebase when we don't need to. Ah, you see that right there? Set, game sessions. So it's doing all these sets. So I am taking crazy pills. Wait. Game sessions includes parts bracket 0. What in the hey who? Oh. And that would, oh right, now we can simplify it, right? Because we can just do this. Return. Huh. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. Problem has been fixed. Crazy pills are no longer being taken. Wow, look at that, I leveled up again. Man, I am good at this game. Okay, here we go. Now there should be no more game sessions being written out to Firebase. Set messages. Oh yeah, can I still type? Hello world. Yeah. Does this work? Yes. Cool. Yay. They need a handicap? The poor bots are already handicapped. Nerf AFK. Okay. Well, let me put that on here. Okay. Let's see. Hashtag Nerf AFK. All right. I've added it to the list. Okay, we're good. Looks like no more game sessions coming in and messing things up. So set is good and happy. Update good and happy. Yeah. Make sure all the code looks fine. This thing needs a description. All right. And that was the last thing we needed to get finished. Oh, yeah, gotta get this out of there. There we go. And now we can just convert this logic and simplify the code a little bit more. Where's my cursor going? I don't know why my cursor's been disappearing, but that is hashtag uncool. There we go, fixed. If not, ref local, update the thingamabobber. Great stuff. Oh, we'll toggle SSE on in the next commit, just because toggling a flag on or off should really be its own commit. That makes it easier to roll it back if it's broken. All right, and now let's enable SSE. So if there are any bugs in my SSE implementation, which probably maybe there will be, but hoping there aren't, then some code will break, and that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Let's see. Is there anything in here that's gonna be bad for me if I make a change? I think everything's fine. I can go ahead and deploy. Yeah. All right, let's do it. All right, YOLO, we are deploying. And now that we are deploying, we can go back to the interesting stuff. I've noticed that people seem to be most interested about the UI rewrite probably because they can actually see the site and then they can be like, oh, this is cool. So that's what we'll be getting back to. Hopefully we'll be done with that in just a few days. And then I can finally push this flat theme to everybody and you can all play around with it. YOLO is the one word you don't want to say when deploying. You know, you're probably not wrong, but this is a very small company. How am I doing confetti? That's a very good question. I buy it wholesale and then I like put it into the the computer and then I, you know, just transmit it and it's pretty cheap that way. But no, I actually use this React confetti and I just have this little container and it just says, here's how it works. Magical confetti. And yeah, of course, that's how, like, duh, how do you think the internet works? You know? How do you think you get cat pictures and all that other stuff? Expected undefined to be null. You know, that's not good. Oh. I know why the tests are failing. Tests are failing because the tests are like, where's the data? Since the tests don't understand SSE. So, that's fun. So is this, okay, this actually is now, these need the environment because the environment says whether it is a test or not. So above the statics, woo, testing stream. Okay, we now have these thingamabobbers, and it's like, these don't need states. These can be static. Make them static. And I'm like, no, it needs it. Trust me. Or this.nv.test. Oh wait, no. SSE and not is test. There we go. So it's ref local and filter local child. There we go. Perfect. And fixed. Let's try that out. See if that works. Fix tests for SSE database change last commit. And now I realize that was not the last commit, it was the commit before the last. What is my monitor setup like? A giant TV and ultra wide. I'll update my panels in a bit with like my setup so you can see what I actually use. And then I can sneakily put in some Amazon affiliate links. But yeah, no, I love this thing. This is giant OLED TV. My friend recommended it to me and I was like, you use a TV for your monitor? Are you crazy? What about burn-in? But it works great. I've had this thing for, gee, how long have I had it? Less than a year, maybe 7 months. And I don't have any burn-in yet, but I also do like some variety. Like I don't just have code on here. I'll have some games up for a few hours a day. All right, and the tests are passing. That's really good. When the tests are passing, that's typically a good thing. You're tempted to get a cheap LED 4K and put your ultrawide above it? I don't know if you want to put it above it. That's a lot of doing this. And you'll really work out your neck doing that, but I don't know if you want to be doing that all day. But yeah, in my vision, when I look at my computer and stuff, like my vision is uninterrupted. You know, from here, there's monitor, and from here, there's monitor. So that's cool. With one caveat is like the ultra wide is thin, so I can see a little bit above it and below it. Okay, and deployed. If you are on Foony.com and you make a room, the latency should be vastly improved. You don't know if you can fit an ultra wide to the side. My solution is to have it hang off of the table and be like a safety hazard. So if I accidentally bump it, then it'll be a fun little surprise. Oh, you know, I made it 1,000. I don't think I want it to be 1,000 just yet. I'm gonna do another deploy really fast because I don't want people playing with 1,000 bots. That's just excessive. They're gonna have a bad time. Like, it's gonna be a bad time. Okay, Dino-Might game sessions. Let's do max players will be... Is 100 enough? 100 has to be enough, right? Fortnite and stuff, they have 100. I don't need to go 200 yet. Surely. Nor do you think people will be like, oh, you can only play with 100 on Dynamite. That's so little. I just like can't even. Forgot how to count that low. Your ultra wide is curved, so you'll be fine. All right. Yeah, you know, everybody has a different setup and a different way they want to have their stuff set up. Let's see. Let's just do another deploy here. Oh no, you're going back to omgpup and archive.org. Oh no, I knew it. I knew this would happen. And we need to support 1,000. You know, people these days are choosy. They want the very best. Okay, so now you can play with up to 100 players. And the 100 should still work really great. It'll be super duper amazingly awesome and wonderful and great and awesome. Yeah, so test out the different games. This kind of applies to every game because I don't know where any breakages might be. I suspect it all works, but there's a good chance that something funky is going on. So if you see any bugs with the networking, let me know. But yeah, I can't believe it was that easy to replace the real-time database. Expected 1 to equal positive 0. Let's just try deploying again. All right. Come on, tests. You can do it. It's always like the same test that's flaky. I'm so tempted just to delete that test. Although I think a big part of the flakiness is because I used the Firebase emulator. Wait, that's the same error as last time. Change team. I didn't actually break anything, surely. Feature flags, okay. Max players for Dino-Might. Dino-Might. It flicks a music rhythm. Not sure what you mean by that. Let's see, max players. Oh, well, maybe the max players were bad. And then let's also take a look at Dino-Might config. Maybe I messed up here. It all seems good. I think it's just weird. I'll try deploying one more time. Or maybe let's restart the emulators. And then we'll try redeploying. Restart the simulator here. All right, redeploy. Okay, deploying again. Fourth time's the charm, I hope. How big is my TV? Let me see. I'll just look at my Amazon orders. Hi, dear Variox. How's it going? I'm just doing a deploy real fast. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna share this because here, maybe this will help. Amazon over here being all like, oh yes, we know your zip code. Yeah, let's not leak that. There we go. This is what I have. So 48 inches. Oh, are we deploying? Yes, it's deploying. Good. Passed the tests and is deploying. All this is doing is this is just limiting the number of users from 1,000 to 100. A Next.js web app using AI to generate code from a text. Yeah, sure, I'll take a look. Let's see. Function from description. Create function from description. Let's see. Okay, so if I give it something really hard, will it understand? So I'm guessing you're using GLPT3 for this. Let's see. So what I want to do is connect, create an SSE connection to Foony.com. Sign in to generate. Okay, hold on. Here, I'll give it something valid. Give me one sec here. If it actually understands to use an event source, that would be, oh, wow. That's very impressive. It actually understood. It understood. Const SSE URL. That's correct. Const events. I mean, the formatting is a little funky. Like, you know, I like to have my semicolons. And this spacing is a little funky here, but event source, new event source, that is correct. This actually is correct. What's really surprising to me about this is SSE is not very well known. So this is better than a programmer would be able to do in the same amount of time. That's cool. Event source, add event listener, message, that's also correct. That's also correct with the typing. How? That's amazing. That's really cool. That is actually really cool. It actually worked. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, and deployed. So that should limit the, when you refresh, it'll limit the number to 100. Because 100 bots should be totally fine. I'm gonna have a real quick game of Dino-Might. Let's see. So this is with SSE. This is not using the real-time database. This is much more what you're used to if you're playing games on the web. It's a much more kind of like WebSocket-y experience with very low latency. I guess I can have one more game. So if you go ahead and join this game, then I'll play with you. Just one round though, and then we're gonna get back to the theme stuff. Oh shoot, I killed myself. There was no winner. Oh no, that's bugged. That must be bugged. Okay. Oh wait, am I host? Oh, I guess I am host. Oh no. What happened? Oh god. I crashed everything. My bad. I think SSE is a little broken. Setting map more than once. Okay. Maybe I should turn SSE off until this is fixed. What happened though? That's a first. Setting map more than once. Setting map more than once. There's no winner also appeared in Foony Flippers. Okay, I might turn SSE off, and then I'll work on it off stream again, and then we'll come back to it. Setting the map more than once, that's really shocking. I know why it happened. Yeah, I know why this happened. This happened because the map, it's only supposed to be called when it changes. And I don't think the map actually changed. Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. Setting map more than once. Okay, I'm gonna go turn it off and then we'll fix the bugs and then I'll turn it back on. So there's two bugs. Let's see. It's probably the same bug. Setting map more than once. Dino-Might. And there is no winner. Okay. Setting map more than once. All right, we'll do that. All right, I'm gonna turn it off for now. My apologies for the bugs. This is what happens when you think you finally have it working, and there's some other random bug. Oh well. All right, turning it off. So the bug is like seconds plus game fails. That's weird. I bet it's that recent change I made. The one where I stopped sending data to a Firebase. Maybe that's causing something to happen out of order. And now there's like this really weird race condition happening or something. Oh, okay. All right. We are deploying. SSE is off again. It's just one of those things that's really hard to get right. And it's not even SSE. That's not the hard part. The hard part is just the way we store the data, trying to make it just like the real-time database. If there's any difference to how the use effect gets triggered, then bugs can happen. All right, deploying, almost deployed. I'll be right back while this finishes, and then let's just work on the theme. All right, you may need to refresh your cache. We're back on the non-SSE version, so lag will be back. Hopefully I'll get this fixed tomorrow morning when I wake up. I guess that's tomorrow night. And then maybe we can test this out tomorrow. Maybe it'll actually work. In the meantime, let's go to game details. Here we go. We're going to go to the new game details. All right, lots of things to do for this. Working on front end now? Yeah, we're gonna work on the front end. I'll work on the back end a little more off stream just because this is very much like a bug kind of thing. And fixing bugs is just not as exciting as new features. Okay, we got this and that. This and that. So first off, I think I saw some error messages with the item icon. Each child in a list should have unique. So this is check render method of game room item. Game room item, let's see. Object.entries. Oh, there's no key here. Hi, Evis, welcome back. Hard working, thank you, I appreciate it. I feel like I'm hardly working. Okay, so that's fixed. That seems so huge. Yeah, I like the small size better for this. Do I use SCSS or Tailwind or normal CSS? No, I don't use any of those. I use MUI. So there's this nice material UI framework for React. It's called MUI. And this is what I use. It has its own style stuff. Yeah, it's I like it. Okay. So they have a new style system, which is very new. Let me see if I have an example here. But I haven't updated to version 5. This is version 5. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so they're using styled now. This is new. I haven't updated the styled. I guess I could at some point. Do I know Mantine? Mantine. No, but it sounds like a manatee. Oh, it's a Pokemon. It is a manatee. Okay. Cute. Oh, it's like a manta. I see. This is my understanding of Mantine. It is a water Pokemon. Mantine.dev. Fully featured, I've never heard of this. But I'm really sad that they don't have a Mantine as their logo. That's a missed opportunity. Fully functional, accessible web apps faster. Yeah, okay, sure. Hmm. Yeah, it just looks like another React library. This is neat. Can I comment? I've never used it, so I only know of MUI, and I really like MUI because it does everything I need it to. I'd have to like actually dig into the code to be able to compare the two. Seems fine. I don't know what the size is like though, so yeah, I just can't really comment a whole lot on it unless I've actually used it. Okay, so the home page has a special style or something for rooms. Homeroom. Hmm. Is large screen. So let's see how that works. I like how that looks. It's really nice. Okay, but I need to figure out how to get this sizing here. Okay, so there's a rooms resizer, which is resizing everything and shrinking it all down. Without the transform, boom. That's the same size. Okay, so this must not be recurring when I go into here. Yeah, there's no rooms resizer happening. Yeah, my apologies with the lag, the latency. Oh, I can't wait until everybody's on SSE and then, the performance is just like so fast. That'll be great. So excited for that. So container, game details, rooms resizer. Rooms resizer comes from all rooms. That's what it is. That's what it is. This rooms resizer isn't even being used. That's what it is. Right there. Okay, so how does this work? So here it's just a straight card contents. These two were so similar. The only real difference is this has a thingamabobber in it. And then it's got like a list. I see, I see. And maybe I can simplify this then. Maybe I can rename these to make them less confusing. Because this rooms isn't a list, but this all rooms is. Let's see here. All right, game ID. Let's do that. So what does this do? This displays my rooms in a list. I should probably just call it rooms list, because that makes a lot of sense. Room ID to game ID. Pass in a game ID there. There we go. Looks like this can be refactored actually. Because it's virtually identical. In fact, all of this is identical. I'm trying to make these the same as possible. And that way, I can refactor them out. And then I'll have simpler code. All right, so that's the same. Seems like the inner part here is different, but that's it. Okay, this is workable. We can work with this. Okay, let's refactor. So pages, rooms, rooms. It's not really. I need to rewrite this too. Instead of it being components, it should just be like the function. That would make more sense. Anyways, so it's inside of here. So we got something for rooms, right? We don't. let's make this a joinable rooms container. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, another best practice is they said no default exports. I've used default a lot. The reason they don't want default exports is because, or Google says not to use default exports, is because with a default export, you can change the name of it whenever you're like importing it. And it's just, they want it to be all uniform. Export function, joinable rooms container. Okay, so we've done that. Now we need the props. And now we need the style. Oh yeah, the style. Oh, the style's different. I see. Righto, the style is different. That's a bummer. Okay, well, we can work with that. We can work with that. Rooms section header versus rooms header. Yeah, that's different, all right. That's okay, we can work with this. Hi, Solwani. How's it going? We're working on the theme. We tested out server sent events, and it was, well, there were bugs. There were bugs, lots of bugs. So many bugs. So I turned that off, and now we're doing themes again for Foony. So we're making a flat theme. How am I doing today? Pretty good. We're just working on the theme. So I'm making this rooms thingamabobber look better, and then we're gonna get this all fixed up, and once we finish this page, we're gonna work on the lobbies, and then once we get the lobby done, we're pretty much done for the most part, with a few minor things. So we've got about 3, 4, 5 more days of this, and then we'll be completely done with the redesign. Coding right now in TypeScript? That is right. I mean, right now I'm talking, but in about 30 seconds or less, I'll be coding. Okay, so let's see, we've got joinable rooms. How am I planning to monetize Foony? Oh, you haven't seen. So if you go to shop, and then you want like a premium skin, such as like one of these frames, or these cursors that require gems, Then it takes you to the shop where you can buy gems. And that's how Foony is monetized, through cosmetics. And we're gonna have a subscription as well later on. So you'll be able to become like a VIP member, which will kind of be similar to the way a VIP works for RuneScape or something like that. So I guess kind of, sort of, not really. VIP is gonna give you like 2x XP, and it's gonna give everybody in your room extra XP, and it will give you like a little, symbol next to your name, so everybody can know how special you are. Is there any difference in TypeScript to JavaScript? Yes. TypeScript doesn't suck. So TypeScript gives you static typing, and that is very powerful because it means that you can make a very large project, and your IDE will tell you what the actual types of parameters are. So you get like extra auto completion, and your code will typically break at compile time instead of at runtime. And that's super useful because it helps you debug, and it helps you not have bugs. And a more customized profile, yeah, like, I mean, look at the frames you get for free. You get a wood frame and some like, okay, I mean, this frame here is kind of cool, but it's also like 1,000,000 gold, you know, that's gonna take ages to get. Even 5k gold is a lot. I mean, this frame's pretty cool. This pirate frame, that's pretty neat. If you learn JavaScript, you'll know something in TypeScript, yes? Yeah, you'll basically know TypeScript except without the types. TypeScript is just fancy JavaScript with very, very useful things, which is the types. In fact, Python's lack of enforced typing makes me not like Python. Not having types might seem useful at first. Like when you're first starting out, maybe you can quickly write something faster if you don't have to worry about the types. But as soon as you try to do anything complex, types become almost mandatory. So, yeah. Everyone starts out loving dynamic typing? Yeah. Sounds about right. And then they suddenly prefer static? Oh, thanks, Solani. Dynamic typing works for scripts and not much else? Absolutely. It works for small things. But again, anytime you have any kind of complexity, you'll suddenly really wish you had that static typing. Okay, get default name, let's do that. I really need to, at some point, fix my IDE's importing for the shared library so I don't have to search around to get the right import. So that's just something that takes like an extra 10 seconds here and there, but it adds up. Okay, so that's a joinable rooms container. We need class name, which is for the outer one. And now I need a header class name. I can also do it this way. Classes and then specify. Whoever decided Python was suitable for large-scale web apps must have never understood the fact that languages are designed for specific things. Yeah, Python is good for small things. I'm really sad that the um, the academic community likes Python so much because it means that you've got all this machine learning stuff, which is very academic, all these libraries written for Python. But that's because, you know, they kind of like this duck typing and not having to think about types. And it's kind of sad because TypeScript would be fantastic if it had good machine learning libraries. And that's exactly right, MXM. That's my opinion as well. Python is really good for teaching coding, for learning the basics, and to kind of ease people into coding. They see Python and they're like, oh, coding is so easy and simple. And they haven't been, you know, completely burned and, you know, scarred yet. So they have these, it's the very naive opinion of coding, which is good because they need that. Because if they saw like the horrors of, you know, some of the other code, they might be scared away before they can appreciate all the beauty that's in coding. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's how I normally do it. Prop classes. Yeah. Lua would be a great candidate. Lua scares the heck out of me. I saw Lua a little bit because that's what you have to write WoW add-ons in. And then EverQuest Next came out and they used Lua and you could do some hacky stuff to export all of the data from the game by exploiting the Lua in fun ways. That was fun. It was neat because you could actually get all of the data for EverQuest Next and you could actually look at it and you could be like, wow, this is really cool. These are all the items in the game. But that's the extent I used Lua for. The less Python devs, the more proper devs get paid. I mean, come on, you know, Python devs are devs too. They're just different. They do different things. Lua is less than 5,000 lines of code. That's amazing. Still, I don't like the language. Mainly because I don't know it. Okay, so that's how joinable rooms container works, and now the inside part needs to just be children. Maybe I just pass in the room ID to game ID. Or microcontrollers and config scripts. Let's see, how do I want to handle this inner part? You can learn new things when listening to me or reading chat, and that's really great. That's what it's all about. Hi King, how's it going? I'm just thinking of how I want to handle this. How'd the event source go? Terribly, it was so sad. I mean, it went okay. I was testing locally, everything was working great. And then I deployed it live, and we had a game of Dino-Might. We had one, and it went well, it worked. And then we had another one, and immediately crash. So definitely needs a little bit more fixing before prime time. So I just flipped the flag back off, and now we're here. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Because this has got all this other jazz. Back to WebSocket? No. I don't use web. Well, I mean, I guess indirectly I use it. So yeah, for now, back to the real-time database with Firebase. It was nice though. When we switched to SSE, the latency went way down. And I was able to increase the max number of players for Dino-Might from 50 to 100. I made it 200, but the client started to lag. So I have to improve performance on the client before I up it anymore. Let's see. Yeah, I have an optimization in my head of how I want to do this for the SSE stuff. What is CLSX? It just combines the classes. So it's a glorified join with a space or something. So you know how you might have like class name equals dot foo dot bar? Well, okay, so you could have this, or you can have like CLSX foo bar, okay? Or you could also write the same thing as dot foo dot bar dot join space. That's all it is. And it seems like I have an entire CLSX dependency. I might remove that at some point just for a local implementation of it, because it's so simple and so basic that I don't need a dependency for. This is like a left pad for a dependency. It's more security risk than anything. Though Material UI uses it internally, so I felt that's okay. NPM package, yeah. I'm sure if you look at the implementation on GitHub, it's going to be like a single method. Yeah, so this is CLSX. I mean, it also does some nice things with conditionals. But you can implement this in... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. This is all done using Lua. Okay, which part's done in Lua? And a healthy few libraries? Wait, this is Lua, right? I'm guessing? It's been so long, I don't remember. Looks like it could be Lua. Interesting. Oh, the desktop configuration, like, alright, that's cool. You get more job offers on LinkedIn now after removing the looking for work thing? Oh, it's because you went on LinkedIn. Every time I go on LinkedIn, I get a suspicious number of new job offers. It's like they'd know when I was last there. So, I see. Okay, so just like the whole UI. That's cool. Hmm. Super hard for you to get a remote job. You get a lot more remote jobs, I think, if you're senior. Um, just kind of tends to be the thing. All the job offers I get are for remote positions because they know that I'm just gonna ignore it entirely if it's not a remote position. But I ignore it entirely anyways. It's just I'd ignore it even more if it wasn't a remote position. Let me think. So I've got like a simple list, which does something or other with children. Okay. Oh, I see. People want to hire from their own country. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't have as much negotiating power if you're remote. I'm thinking word hunt scores? Maybe this is what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to remember how I implemented this because I did like this thing. Paint job score, user scores? Maybe this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I like this thing. So I say user scores and I pass in the class which I want to use for each of the scores. That's not quite the same though, because this is like also a wrapper. I guess the answer is just have this not be part of this. And maybe this will just be children. Oh, that's so much. That's very unfortunate. Well, at least we got some of the code there. So this will be React.props with children. There we go. Want to become famous? Nah, I'm good. There we go. Getting a job during Corona as a fresh grad? How'd you even handle that? That sounds very tough. Because as a junior dev, you kind of need to be in an office to work efficiently. At least that's my understanding. Okay, join rooms by code. Right, so now this can be simplified. This will be a joinable rooms container. Ah, as a junior dev, you kind of need to be. Yeah, you kind of need to be, you know? Um, Typically the stereotype is that junior developers are more productive in the office because you kind of have like the other devs who can coach them better. And then senior devs tend to work better remote. At least that's my understanding. Okay, so this is going to be classes dot rooms container. All right, I'll do that. Perfect. And then also we have this other thing here. Companies seem scared of spending money on people who don't have tons of experience. Yeah, something that helps a lot is if you have your own projects that you can point to and be like, hey, look, I made this really cool thing. They can be like, wow, you understand React and TypeScript and all this other stuff. And if you can show code, even better. Like if it's, on your GitHub or something. You did have many projects and it was still hard. Were you able to get one eventually? Okay, so we have only a few classes. Oh, that's a lot of classes still. Okay, that's good to hear. Good that you found something. Joinable rooms container is already defined. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I forgot the props. There we go. So the classes that this one uses is container and room section header. Okay, let's see. And I believe the classes don't need to be rewritten for this because it's the same style. The guy I rated yesterday said the textured background looks nice. I saw that, or I heard that, yeah. Just wait until he sees the flat theme. He'll be like, "Oh, what have they done?" Or he'll be like, "Wow, this looks so nice now." And then he was talking about chess or something, and I was like, "Oh, that's the worst one. You picked the worst one." You know the struggle? I should have a toggle to enable sketchy casino theme. Sketchy casino theme. That's what we're calling it now? Okay, I'll have to. I guess it's the official name. It's no longer retro theme, it's now casino theme. Maybe we can have some secret like game. If you enable the casino theme, we'll have like a slots game where you can, gamble your gold away. Perfectly legit casino theme. No, I'm not gonna do a casino game. That's just not in the spirit of Foony. But I might have like one of those wheels, like on Neopets, how they had the little wheel of fortune and stuff, and you'd spin the wheel, the fairy wheels. I always enjoyed those. Those were so rigged because it looked like everything was the same chance, and it obviously wasn't. Have a prompt and ask if they have a gambling problem. If they say yes, we give them the gambling theme. If they say no, the regular theme. No, that would be really awful. Exactly. Glad we're on the same page. You bet that would be the most used feature? What would be the most used feature? Gamba? Oh gosh. Um, yeah, I don't know how I feel about. I don't want to have like too much Gamba. A little bit is fine. Like the honing system on Lost Ark, I think is okay. I like randomness because randomness makes things fun, but it needs to not be related to like money or anything. It needs to be separate. Like the item you get at the end of a game, how it's random? That's fun. I like that. Am I gonna make Easter eggs? Oh, you haven't seen the Easter eggs. Here's an example of one. Oh, look at that. Wow. Everything's upside down. So yeah, there are Easter eggs. You just have to find them. And we'll be adding lots more. Oh yeah, and also here's another one. If you go to /register, yes, the Konami code is coming. I just haven't had time to code the new achievements in. Yeah, I love Easter eggs. There's even a secret game. You know, I wonder if anyone new has played it. Let me check. I'm just gonna move this over here so you don't see what the game is. Let's see, has anybody new played? Uh, maybe. I don't remember how many people played before. That's a pretty healthy number of people who know about it, though. It's a troll game, though. So, like, if you're looking for some new, exciting game, great design right there, impossible to not press the register button. That's what I was going for. Yeah, yesterday we were just like, trolling around and added some Easter eggs. Why not? Okay, so let's see. We've got the new all rooms and the new rooms. Probably need to rewrite with the way that these are said. Oh wait, this is exported multiples. Oh, I see. Let's move it from here then. Wait. Um, and since you forward again, if the user goes backwards, no, we're not doing that. Bad UX is not, no. We could do the annoying thing where you screw around with the history and then you can't click the back arrow, but we're not that kind of site. That is parasitic game design or website design, in my opinion. Not parasitic, you know what I mean? It's not good design. It's bad. Will the server be able to cope with a dir bust to find the secret game? Of course it will, because this is React. Take care, have fun. Like this isn't, you're not doing like a dir bust or whatever. It's all local. You can probably sniff around in the code to find it a lot easier. But yeah, go ahead. This is like, again, this is a static website. I know it may not look static, but it is static. Do I use a CSS framework? I use MUI. Oh, right. I need a new game over here. Are there any open games right now? No, there's not. You forgot how React works? Bubblegum and magic. Lots of magic. Just gonna make a game real fast so I can see. Oh, right. Yeah, I gotta change that. So, new game details, and we go over here, and we go over to the rooms. And just change it to an all rooms. Which is very... The name of that is not a very good name. Because it makes no sense. In terms of programming, what is the biggest growing industry? That is a tough question. I am not qualified to answer that because I don't know. I'm not a hiring manager. I am just a coder. Just a simple coder trying to get by. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry. So let's see, is that how it looks, or is it normally higher up? Oh heck, I don't remember. What do I believe is the most essential? Gee, that's a tough one. I mean, yeah, probably like Sansadar is probably right. Web dev is probably the largest, but I wouldn't say it's the most essential. You've also got like really old jobs that, you know, are really safe. Like if you know COBOL and mainframe stuff, there's probably a job for you because the number of people who know that stuff is very limited and is not growing. It depends. Like there's so many jobs. It doesn't really matter. Pick a language you enjoy because there are jobs for it. Thoughts on cybersecurity? You should always assume that the client is hostile. Any code that you write, assume the client is hostile. Sometimes you just have to say, okay, well, you know, it's an action-based game and proper security or preventing all hackers for this game is unreasonable. The best we can probably do is some kind of heuristics and some kind of machine learning if it ever comes to that. But when at all possible, just assume the client is hostile. I've seen a lot of games, a lot of MMORPGs, a lot of really big games that have vulnerabilities, and I've seen a lot of websites that have vulnerabilities, and it's just kind of embarrassing how few people, you know, actually write code that's not vulnerable. What do I mean by assume the client is hostile? Let me show you an example. Okay. See, I've got this network tab up here, right? Now, normally, if a user, let's just try to create a game. Oh gosh, I'm on a local host with this thing. Okay, let's go to the shop then. This will make more sense. All right. So, let's say I want to buy something, okay? And I click buy. Normally, you have something real basic. Here's a request. Here's a response. You know, this is what a good client does. A good client has these properties with a valid action, a valid quantity, everything here is valid. Now, let's modify this. Now, a hostile client, they may not be buying 1, they might buy 0.1, okay? And here you need to be able to handle it properly. See, bad client request. I handled it. I didn't let it go through. Maybe they have infinity. They want to buy infinity quantity of this item. You have to handle that too. Bad client request. You know, sometimes they'll have a negative. This is what I mean. You need to assume that the user is going to throw anything and everything at any API that you have exposed. They can do anything, and they will do anything. So you cannot trust the client. Maybe it's buy items, you know? Some invalid action entirely. Please don't hack, it ruins the fun for everyone. See, this is something I handle. And just, you know, doing stuff like that. Maybe they buy 0. Yeah, no worries. This was something I think every developer that writes anything with a server needs to be aware of and needs to understand. You're talking about more complex things than just input sanitation? Sure. Input sanitation is a simple thing. there's a lot of other things. For example, how do you prevent phishing attacks? Let's say you have a website, Foony.com, and then somebody comes along, they register a domain, FOONY.com. So an extra O. It's a different domain name, and they take the exact look of Foony, and they say they have ads or they have something. They say, hey, go sign up on Foony, and or check out Foony. You know, they're giving away awesome event items today only. And you go there and you're not logged in and you try to sign in, you enter your username and password. And this isn't even your website, but it's still part of your domain. Like, you still need to handle this. So if some random person has someone's username and password, they should not be able to log in to that user's account. And you can prevent this with two-factor authentication, where if they try to sign in with a username and password from an unknown client, then they get sent an email link and they have to sign in from there. And this is something that Foony handles. For example, we have anti-phishing. I could give you my username and my password, and I could tell you what my fingerprint is from my computer, and you would not be able to log into my account. Unless you have my email. But if you have access to my email, I have bigger problems than Foony. So that's an acceptable level of security. Almost all companies use 2FA. Good to know your Foony coins are safe. I mean, we care about your Foony coins a great deal. Yes, that's how it works. And you believe almost all companies use 2FA? Sure. You'd be surprised though at how many of these sites and these companies have totally busted security. Like, you'd be really surprised. For example, there was one time that I was in Japan and oh, well, you know what? No, I'm just not going to talk about that. But anyways, there was a site and it was broken. It was totally exploitable. I didn't like abuse it, but I did have a very funny laugh. You'd be, you'd be surprised how many huge companies don't hash their passwords. It's worse than that. I was at a company where they didn't hash the passwords and they didn't obscure or encode the credit card information either. So any developer could just walk away with the whole credit card database of all of the customers. But yeah, this is a widespread issue in the industry. So if you are even thinking about malicious clients and this kind of stuff, you're already ahead of most people. Hi, Banshan, welcome. One of your mates won a 1 kilogram Chinese silver bar from Alibaba and a bug bounty from a cross-site scripting vulnerability. That's amazing. You'll be glad to know that we very properly use a proper salts and a very secure, I think we use bcrypt for the passwords, for the hash. So it's a one-way hash. And then I think I even, yeah, I do some crazy stuff with security. I'm very security minded. I'm not saying that Foony is perfect by any means. I'm only one person, but it's more secure than most sites of the same size. Argon 2? I'm not familiar with Argon 2. Interesting. Winner of the password hashing competition. When did this come out? Well, this is new to me. I've never heard of it. Oh, right, that's what I was doing. I was checking Foony.com to see if... okay, I broke that. The join by code I broke. Wow. Generate codes for themselves and sell it? That's crazy. Wow. You know, I feel like that's going to become a really big thing with NFTs. People are just going to do all that all over the place. So, hide join button. We have the hide join button. Hide join button is passed into rooms. And then gets passed in here. Oh yeah, I saw that Twitch source hack. That was crazy. Or the leak for all of the source code for everything. Oh my goodness. Talk about a gold mine. Join room by code. Yeah, it's right here. So hide join button is getting passed in here. Imagine if GitHub got hacked. That would be awful. That's a good point though. If GitHub got hacked, it's not just the source code of thousands of apps, it's also all of the private keys that people have put into GitHub and all of those things. So think about all of the PayPal accounts, all of the other accounts that would get immediately hacked if GitHub got hacked. It would be huge. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Joinable rooms, but container, let's see. Paid API keys, yes. Like, imagine your AWS keys and all that other stuff, where they could just spin up a whole bunch of instances or something, or they could, even worse, they could, you know, buy expensive servers and then sell it on the marketplace. Or they could just like spin up a bunch of servers and then just mine some cryptocurrency. You had to pay for a key for the IMDb API once? That's neat. I've never touched the IMDb API, but that's really cool. I'm glad they have one. This just doesn't make any sense to me. Hide join button is coming in here. It's just being passed through. That's it. Pretty nice, very easy to use. I believe it. What if I say true? Does it magically work? It does not magically work. That's so weird. And not much would happen, MXM? I don't know about that. A lot of poor people, you know, the private keys, all of that would get leaked. So it would be huge. Even if the code itself, nothing major happens there, it's more the private keys that I'd be concerned about. Maybe this is the problem. That's the problem. That's what it was. That's what it was. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay, that's why it broke. I was looking at it, I was like, this should work. What's going on? It's because if hide join button, it should default to true. Actually, let's just keep it the same API. Same exact thing. I'll just say hide join button there. Okay, hide join button. Oh yeah, imagine all the like the MySQL database information and all that other stuff that gets leaked as well. If Discord or if a GitHub hack happened. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, so now that's small, right? That should be good. Yay, the size works. Perfect. Make sure that this still looks good. Great stuff. You made a Discord music bot once? I've never made a Discord bot. How does that work? I hope GitHub has a crazy big army of people that are security minded. Oh, it's Microsoft? Yeah, that stuff's not getting hacked ever. Microsoft is fantastic. Okay. I mean, yeah, there's social engineering attacks too that can happen and all sorts of bad stuff. That's right. Yeah, there's so many things that could happen. Do companies really hard code database credentials? You bet they do. Not big companies, but plenty of small companies do. ANV files which aren't committed? I think you expect too much from companies. This is funky. Why is this happening? That's the margin. The margin's messing it up. Their team found a vulnerability in sudo. That's kind of amazing. I remember when I was at Google, there was a vulnerability on Mac at one point where you could get sudo privilege. It was kind of like 0-day root like thing, or you could get like elevated permissions. My coworker told me about it, and I was like, no way. And sure enough, it worked. Okay, so it's just this margin. The padding is fine, the margin's making it go over. I guess I can do it this way. Keep the margin and then we'll just calc. Max height is calc, 100% minus 48 pixels. Perfect. And that is on game details rooms. They instantly made every remote code execution bug worse. Oh man. I hope that someday security will get so good that hacks will stop. But I think it's a pipe dream. Actually, we could plot it. We could figure out if it's getting worse or better by number of like bad hacks over time. Okay, so that's all fixed. Great stuff. Perfect. Okay, now I need to get the colors right. To get root on a Mac box, it's as simple as mounting the root drive with write permission and deleting the file Apple creates. I thought the Apple drives are encrypted. So I don't know how you do that unless it doesn't need to be encrypted. Like maybe it's optional. Okay, so I'm thinking for this, we just remove the background here, wherever the heck it is. Yeah, I think that looks better. So this is on the MUI paper inside of game details rooms. So we want to hide background color. Plotting breaches over time would need to account for how many more apps and stuff there are. Exactly. You could probably just do it by looking at number of developers over time, and not worrying about the number of apps, just the number of developers. And that was probably good enough. Okay, so this is MUI paper card, MUI card root. Hmm. I guess I could just like drill down and be like, div, div, div. Right, useless apps? Yeah, you can totally do that. Div, div. It's a bit on the ugly side, but it works. The Mac disk is encrypted, but you can still boot into single user mode. I wish I had known that because I had one of those the trash can Macs, the really pretty little desktop trash can Mac, and I wish I was able to salvage that because I bought it from an auction and I couldn't actually access the disk, and I didn't want anything on the drive. I just wanted to actually be able to use my Mac that I had paid for. But I had to return it and they had to like destroy it and refund me because I couldn't access it, unfortunately. If I use Illustrator, you can export SVGs as graphics or export CSS. I already do fancy schmancy stuff with SVGs. I'm very file size conscious, so I try to keep file sizes to a minimum where possible. So let me just go ahead and go here. And we'll go here and we'll make another room. All right, so that's what it looks like. I think that's okay. Cool. I think we're done with that. You're still in high school and you already know all this stuff about security. That's a really great start. That's like a super solid foundation. Well, you know far more than most people. So whenever you actually do developer work, you'll probably make some really secure stuff, and that'll be really great. Hopefully your stuff will be much less vulnerable than most. Maybe study security? Yeah, definitely. Security can be a lot of fun. The reason I never got into security is just because I like making things. And for me, security just felt too much like looking for needles in haystacks and getting lucky every once in a while. So it just wasn't really my cup of tea. But I do try to like protect all my stuff as much as I can. Yeah, the creative part of programming is a lot of fun. That's what I like too. I mean, I like creating things. Even though I'm not good at the art stuff, I can just, pay somebody to do the art for me, and then I can make a really pretty site that's really performant and really user friendly, and or at least hopefully user friendly. But yeah, I like the code. That's fun. So what this does is create new details page. Well, whenever you build those apps and algorithms and stuff, I'm sure your code will be very secure. All right, so we get push. There we go. All right, I'll be right back, and then we'll get the center thing done, and then we'll move on to the next page. All right, so the things we have to do for this, we need to change the button style. We need to add the little pattern in the background. We got to fix up this thing here, which I'm currently doing. All right, so the item glow, I think I'll have the item glow just be the default. Just like an item icon or something. Yeah. I remember there being some kind of like console error or something with the item icons. So I think it might have been like, if I go to upcoming items. Oh yeah, this is another secret page. Yeah. Function components cannot be given refs. So I have to react forward ref this thing. There we go. So it needs to be an HTML div element. There we go. Perfect. Let's remove this. Default item icon. Yep, because I changed it because Google said not to do it that way and instead to do it this way. No more default imports. All right, and now the React ref error is no longer erroring. Do you know how many active Foony users there are? Yeah. Sort of. Wow, there's been more today. It's amazing. It's actually a lot more than I expected. Okay. So a lot of this giant jump here was just because we're advertising to India. This is just basically fake volume, okay. But you can see there's very real growth happening here. So 1-day actives was up to 39. As of a month ago, that's up 130%. Our 7-day active users is up 115% as of last month. And 30 days active users is up 1,000%. But I think this is kind of fake right here. So we'll have to wait a month to see what the real numbers are. And this over here, I think it was also just fake. I think this was advertising to India or something. Would be nice if I could just remove that and see what the actual growth is. All right, so let's see. Item glow. All right, so item glow. Yeah, and if you watch the stream, you'll see a lot of the Easter eggs. I show them off every once in a while. Though not all of them. Item glow. Okay, so item glow, we need to make sure that we're doing something with that. Let's do the other way. There we go. So we'll just call it game main menu item glow. That sounds glowy enough. I'm losing a game of 4 in a row? Oh no. How is that possible? Oh no, I'm losing. All right. You're gonna lose the next one though. Well, actually, I don't know. You might be good at this game. Oh no, it's 3-player, 4 in a row. Okay, don't let me down. How does 4 in a row work? It's round robin for people on a team. So I'm playing with somebody, and so we just switch off our turns. Oh shoot. I have to make sure I don't let my teammate down here. Oh yeah, these gold rings, if you get them, you get extra gold. So it's a bit of an incentive if you want to gamble and think that you've got the advantage, you can go for them. I see everyone's cursor just like moving around. Oh geez, which way? I guess this one's pretty decent. Oh, how does the 4 in a row AI work? It uses AlphaZero, which is a generic machine learning thing for like any kind of a game. And it's really cool the way it works. Because you basically say what the game state is and some other stuff and like what the win conditions or score stuff is, and then you tell it to go, and it makes a very human-like AI, and it's really cool. I like it a lot. Oh, there's 2 ways. Oh, I guess this one maybe. Yeah, AlphaZero is amazing. But I'd only use it for games like this, not for Dino-Might, because the like running it is still expensive. It takes some time to get a result. Is that the one where it builds a tree and picks a path based on the difficulty of the bot? Not quite. No, not quite. What I do is I trained different models. So the easier bots are just trained for less time than the hard bots. So like the hard bot had like a day or something of experience, or it may have had less time than that. But the earlier bots only had a few minutes to train. So they're not that like, there's a big difference there, right? I think here maybe. Oh, how chess AI works. Good try. Good games. You just played against the two co-founders, so don't feel too bad. All right, I'm gonna get back to work. You guys have fun. All right. Oh yeah, we need to get that achievement where if you play with a co-founder, then you get like some achievement or something. Okay. Main menu, item glow. Let's see. Filter, blur, 42 pix. And also have to change the background color. RGB. There we go. That was a good game. Very close. I was worried that I was gonna lose there. I'm not too familiar with how chess AI works. The way I would implement it is I would just have different models for all of the different people. But chess.com has some really interesting AIs. Item icon. Fair warning, G is really good at 4 in a row. They've played a lot of games. Stockfish generates a tree of all possible moves and picks the fastest win route. Yeah, it's kind of how the machine learning stuff works. It's also kind of how AlphaZero works, I think. It just generates like this giant tree and then it culls that tree so it doesn't have to search the entire tree using like some heuristics or some jazz or something. But I'm not a machine learning expert, so I'm just talking out my butt here. Somebody who's far more experienced than me can tell you more. I'm just a noob. All right, so that works this way. Bam, so that works. Great, now we just need to make it not overflow. Should have a sound alert if you're in a room and a game is starting. There is one. I have my sound off, but I'm pretty sure there's... Yeah, there's totally a sound alert. it goes like tick tock, and then it starts, I think. Oh, that's not me. That's our sound person. You added that. Corey T Sound. Available for freelance work. Will this be fixed in the UI redesign? Yeah, we can fix that. The bug here is that you can't read. It's impossible. It's impossible to read. Yeah, it'll be fixed. You're saying it like it's a bug. Maybe it's just a feature. That's the privacy feature. Actually, overflow hidden should just be like a thing. It should just overflow hidden right in here. There we go. It's starting to look a bit like that one. Like the design. Just a bit. All right, what's the spacing here? We have 21 pixels of spacing. I'm gonna say that's probably 16. So we're just gonna pad that. Perfect. Yeah, okay, let's try margin. Perfect. All right. There we go. Oh no, we don't have a class name. Easy fix. Now we have a class name. There we go. Okay, it's looking a little better. Let's see what the size of this is. So the height of that is 180, and the height of this is 138. That was 188, 138. So that's my multiplier, 1.36. So I take that and I multiply that by 86, 117. There we go. Whoa, that is ginormous. The problem is it is so ginormous that we have exceeded the size of that icon. Okay, let's see. Let's make that icon more bigger. Oh, that's teeny tiny. Did they make that smaller? Hmm. It's so tiny now. And 100 by 92. We'll have to double the size of all of the icons. So for every game, let me think here. Okay, the easiest way to do this is gonna be to open up my VM, I think. Yeah, okay, let's open up the VM. Let's see, so I'm looking for icons that are ginormous. Let's see, we've got designs here. Oh, good, here's one. Now I believe these are exported without the background. So we go to design, images, items, no, not items, games. Pop a word. Icon. All right, let's open this with Photoshop. Where's Photoshop? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so I exported it like that. Let's trim it and export it. See ya, the net. Take care. Thanks for watching. Oh, MXM is heading out. Okay, take care, MXM. Thanks for chatting. Okay, so this is going to be, what do I normally call this file? I think I call it icon. Projects.js, digipop, design, images, items, no, games. Yeah. Okay, so I've just doubled the size of that icon. Then I go back over here, Digipop, client. And I've got to do this for every game. Public image, games, delete the old icons, and that tells my generator script to get generating. There we go. Now it should be nice and crisp. Great stuff. Okay, so that's one down, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, jeez, Jabibus. You're working on a GUI lib the other day and had to capture keyboard inputs. Uppercase letters since the blah 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 codes only gave lowercase. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep. To upper with the shift. Also caps lock. You'll want to check to see if caps lock is pressed and then XOR that with the shift. Okay, so that's animations for new source files, games, chess. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it happens time to time. Sometimes even though it's simple, you just can't think of it. And then you come back to it and you're like, oh gosh, why didn't I think of that earlier? Oh goodness, where are my other design files? Projects. I know I've typically have like backup design files. I'm just trying to remember where I stuck them. Because I removed them from the actual GitHub repo since I didn't want like a bazillion gazillion things. Let me see if I can find them real fast. Let's see if we've got this game here. Okay, perfect. That's barely big enough. Maybe I'll just export it like... Oh wait, no. This isn't actually making it bigger, is it? I mean, it kind of actually does look like it's getting bigger. What I mean by that is, I don't want to increase the size here if it's just not actually gaining detail. And it depends on how it was implemented. So there's this fancy schmancy curves thingamabobber. Okay, yeah, see the way this was implemented is like basically as an SVG, because it's just a bunch of different ellipses and jazz. So because of that, I think it might actually scale up. But I think what I'll do here is I'll just let me see what size I have currently for one in a row, or for a game that does not exist. Make your own video player someday, please. Make a good one. One that doesn't crash. That would be amazing. Reading file data and such. There's some really interesting file data formats. You can learn about how like the headers work and all that jazz. Okay, so the current one is 134 by 136. That's probably big enough. How big is it here? Yeah, it's basically big enough. Yeah, that one looks fine. Okay, this one needs to get better. It probably won't be great. Yeah, you're probably gonna spend like a few years on it, you know? Making something decent. Okay, here we go. Game icon. Oh goodness, how did I export this one? Oh no, I don't remember. I think I just turned the lights off. And that's how it's totally how I exported this thing. And then we disable the drop shadow on the other one. Man, I like the way this thing looks. It's so pretty. And then we just go ahead and we convert it to a smart object. And then we trim it. And if you're trying to get like advice on anything art related, please go elsewhere. Because I am not an art person. Okay, so there's a bit of trimming going on. Now, how did I get this other part trimmed? Let's see, how do you unconvert? Convert to layers, maybe? Yeah, that's how, okay. Something in here is causing it to be bigger than it needs to be. And I found it last time. It's probably on orange only, right? That would make sense to me. Three pixel box shadow, no, it couldn't be that. Outer glow. Oh, that might. No, that's not gonna reach. Let's see, what about this one? This one's got a drop shadow on it. No, it's not big enough. It's an inner glow, that won't matter. This could matter. It's just inner shadows, those don't matter. What I'm looking for is something in here that is going to increase the size. This right here, found it. This drop shadow, this super faint one. That's the cause. So the way to fix it is to reduce it. And now, convert to smart object and trim. And at a certain point, you just say, good enough. That's probably good enough, right? Because if you trim it, then it'll be a little, you'll see like this tiny little change where it looks like it's clipped off, even though you can't see it here. So I think that's probably good enough. I'll just export this as, yeah, oh, it doesn't need to be that big. I'll shrink it to that size. There we go. Okay, that's another one done. Now let's get this one out. Luckily, this one's easier. Oh, that was so much faster. Is public transport expensive in the US? Yes. Yes. I spend maybe 50 US dollars for like a 35-minute Uber. So yeah. But I also don't own a car. I mean, I don't go outside very often, so my transportation expenses are very low. I spend maybe $100 average a month, maybe less, but that's because I go out very infrequently. And public transport is not very good in the US. So if you're trying to go on like a bus or something like that, then you're probably not going to have a good time. Typically, in the US, the people who go on buses and public transit are unable to afford the higher, the more expensive options. Not always. Like whenever I was in SF or near SF, I used to take BART a lot. It was just faster than driving, faster than walking, but it's not a great experience. And public transit is nice because you can play on like a Nintendo Switch or look on your phone when you're in transit, so you're not like wasting time. You're still doing something. Okay, we did that one, we did that one. Okay, we gotta do this one here. You spend about $300 a month on public transit? That's not too bad. Wait, if you don't take the metro, tram, or train, you get paid less? Companies pay you to use public transit? That's amazing. I remember when I was at Google, we had some kind of like a discount or something, like some kind of like a coupon if you used public transit, I think. But it's not like they paid you. Must be this one here. Hmm. Wow. What incentive does the company get for having you use public transit? Can I help you with a small extension on chess.com? How would you like help? I haven't done any extensions on chess.com. I didn't even know you could do extensions. But if you have a programming question, I might be able to lend some assistance. You get a green bonus. That's awesome. I see. So it's probably like a government sponsored thing, and they're like, oh, if you use public transit, then you get like a discount on taxes or something. I like that. Okay, Digipop, design, images, items, chess. Okay. So let's open this up. Yeah, I guess I'll just open it in GIMP. It's like I've got Photoshop and GIMP. Okay, so that's how it works currently. They pay carbon tax for each employee, so the less carbon they produce, the smaller their carbon tax. That's cool. I think that makes a lot of sense. Whoa, that's a ginormous. Why is that so ginormous? It's just weird, like... Wait, how does this work again? You need to update your flag with something that's not in their flag list. I'm making a chess game now. I'm not making a chess game. I am re-exporting all of the image, like the icons for the games, because I initially thought I was only going to use the tiny little icon for the nav bar, but now that the game details has a larger icon of the game, I need a larger image so that it doesn't look blurry on like high density displays and stuff. Yeah, I'm real particular about this. It gotta look good. Okay, I'll disable that one, disable that one. There we go. You need to upload your flag with something that's not on their flag list. Userstyles.org. So what, you're just doing some kind of CSS? I'm not familiar with the extensions. That sounds pretty simple though. Okay, so we've got that currently, and with GIMP, it's a bit closer. Looks like there's one more thing I'm missing. Maybe that. It's kind of CSS. That sounds a lot like CSS. I bet if I do that, maybe now it'll work. So that didn't really help. How about now? Still no. Wait, is there a drop shadow on this? No, there's not. Drop shadow on this? Nope. Okay, so that worked. Whatever I just removed last. That one right there, that ellipse is causing the problem. Let's see if I can put this one back. Put this one back. Or even a custom designed flag. Remember, I don't do art. I don't know anything about CSS, or I mean, about Photoshop. Like, if you're asking me to make some fancy schmancy flag with CSS, I can, if there's a picture, I can match the picture. But if you're asking me to come up with a picture, I can't do that. I am not artistically gifted in any way. Chess icon. Okay, let's do that. All right, so games we've done. We've done Foony Flippers, we've done this one, this one. I don't know if I've done this one. Dino-Might, we have to do Dino-Might. Let me see if I have that image. Well, let me check chess.com real fast. If you show me where you go for this, let me go ahead and log in. Gotta make sure I'm not leaking anything here. Okay. I've played a little bit. Okay. So I'm guessing themes, custom. It's not very... I'm not sure what I'm looking for here. You can't update the flag? What do you mean? Well, if I can't update the flag, then how am I supposed to update the flag? They don't seem to have any kind of CSS thing on here. You mean something like... well... Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand what it is that you're looking for. Yeah, I have Discord. Let me see, do I have Balloon Game or Balloono or Dino-Might? Let's see. Maybe it's this one? Icons. Maybe that's it. That must be the icon for Dino-Might, right? Surely. Kinda, it's just flippy flipped. You updated your pieces with stuff not available on the piece library. That's great and all, but how are you using it on the site? Oh, I think I understand now. So you're just updating it for yourself using userstyles.org. It's just a... I understand now. So it's something that you see. It's something that nobody else sees because it's just replacing the CSS on your thing. So you're not even changing the site. You're just changing it the way it looks for you. I see. Yeah, you can just do something like this. I'll give you an example. Like, let's say I want my flag to look like, where's this image coming from? Here it is. Oh, they're using the whole move it around, and that's annoying. This isn't more efficient, of course, but it's annoying. It's a sprite sheet, and they just move it around, offsets. Yeah, let's do this. But anyways, I'm gonna show you how to do this real fast, and then you can just kind of go on your own and you can try to figure out how to do it, okay? Because I can't spend too long on this. But you can just do it like this. https://foony.com. And then of course you just resize it. You know, something like that. Oh, look at that. Of course, you can also make it so it doesn't repeat. And now my flag is a dinosaur. And for that, it would be, you're going to look for this selector here, country flags component, country, you know, like profile card flag image. And you just, yeah. The selector for this would be like, maybe country flags components and country flags large, like that for the selector. So maybe take a screenshot of how to do this. This is the selector you want. You're just gonna have background image, whatever it is that you have for the URL. And then you're gonna have a background size. And you're gonna say that you don't want it to repeat. Because otherwise it'll be kind of funky. Okay, that's what you need. Right there. So just take like a picture of that, and I'm gonna close it in 3, 2, 1. All right, good luck, have fun. Okay, so let's see. Now then, we need to replace probably the Dino-Might. What's the size on this thing? Yeah, gotta make that one bigger. Okay. I feel like there was an icon for the Dino game because for some reason, maybe it's this one here. Nope. Did we ever get an icon for the Dino-Might game? Or did we just like flip this guy around and call it a day? How do you flip? Flip, Photoshop. Image rotation. Perfect. Nice. Glad you managed to figure it out. That's way to go. All right, so we'll export this. And that's ginormous. Still ginormous. There we go. That's a happy size. All right, so that's done. Oh yeah, checkers. Oh, that one definitely needs help. Okay, well, most of them are done. Except for like 4 in a row and checkers. Question is, where the heck did I stick it? How to make sure the flag fits the correct size? Background size. just look up some CSS stuff related to the background, and you should be able to just play around with it to figure out how to get it to work right. All right, so we're just going to go in here and we're going to delete the old icons. All right, so now all the old ones are deleted and we can just regenerate them all. And now most of them will be the correct size. I'll try to find the other, there's like 2 that are missing. Oh yeah, you see this little robot guy? That's our missing image. So if the image doesn't exist, that's our little error image. Oh, I've got the 4 in a row one right here. Perfect. We have one in the design. We got really, really lucky because it's right here. All right, replace the image there. Perfect. And put the drop shadow back on. All right, and now we can regenerate 4 in a row, and it should be more better. Okay, so this is what it looks like currently, right? It's all blurry. And now it looks like this. No, not quite. Gotta refresh. And now it's crisp. Ah, so good. Now this chest one is a little funky because there's already a drop shadow on it. So when we apply another drop shadow, it's going to be like so many shadows. So I might rewrite that one a little bit. Anyways, we have this drop shadow. Very nice drop shadow. The way I know it's a nice drop shadow is because it's a drop shadow. That makes it a nice one. That's nice because our designer made it. And he's got a good color or good eye for color. Okay, so drop shadow. How does this drop shadow thing work? Now, this one's fancy because we can't use a box shadow. We have to use a drop shadow filter. The reason we can't use a box shadow is because box shadows are, you guessed it, in the shape of a box. They're square, or rectangular, or circular. But if you need a fancy one, you have to use a filter. Only use a filter if you have to, because it is more expensive. The way this works is we just go here, I think. This might not be perfect. This might be Oh yeah, that works. Great. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Now, the drop shadow is 14032. Slightly off. It's not exactly black. That makes it more interesting. Whenever you're doing these drop shadows, typically you want the drop shadow to be like a darker version of like whatever your theme is, or like whatever the thing that the drop shadow is on. So if you have, if it's like orange, maybe the drop shadow will also be orange. Yeah, it's just something that I learned. But again, this is coming from somebody who knows almost nothing about design. So take it for what you will. Okay, so we've got that. Now we just need to get the right size. So how does this filter drop shadow work? Distance, size over 2. This is like some voodoo magic to get this to work. Okay. So the distance remains the same. But you might notice something. This is a 100-degree angle. So if degree is not 90 or negative 90 degrees, you'll need to use geometry to solve for the correct x and y. Don't forget, SOHCAHTOA. Sine over cosine, or sine equals opposite over hypotenuse, and cosine equals adjacent over hypotenuse. You know the fun geometry stuff. Okay. So if angle is 100 degrees, which it is, x over the distance, sine of 100, blah. All right, let's pull out a calculator. Here we go. So we have a distance of 36. The classic trigonometry. Yep, that's right. Okay. Let me just remember. Okay, so I think it's up to do like 90, and then I do sine. I should get like 1, right? Yeah, great. Okay. So this is going to be I need to know my x and my y, and I've got 10 degrees. And then it's going to be, this is my angle, sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. Okay. So I get my opposite, which is going to be my x. So do 10. Great. So this is my x. And now if I do cosine, because that's going to give you the adjacent. So this is my y. And then you just take these and yeah. Multiply that by the hypotenuse to get what your, yeah. So take that, multiply that by our distance, which is 36. And that gives you the values that you need. And yep, this is not the first time I've had to do this. It's always fun with trigonometry and doing these conversions. I'll just simplify it to that. Doesn't have to be 100%. Okay. See, that to me seems ginormous. Okay, so that's the distance there. These values are for the shadow, yep. So if I open up this and I just say like, let's check this out. Wait, where's the, close that out. So basically we should be able to match exactly the same kind of shape here. You can see it's almost right. Shockingly though, it looks like this shadow is a bit different. Let's first of all remove this overflow hidden so you can better see. It looks like it's not quite the same as in Photoshop, like the distance is a little different. So let's try adjusting our thing here. I think that seems pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty spot on right there. Okay. And the other thing is that the alpha channel gets multiplied by about 0.9. So this becomes 7.2 and then there's 7.56. Okay, so that's about right. And now the other change is size over 2. So if I go back to this, that is with a 54 size, so we need a 27 pixel size. Bam. Well, those were supposed to be pretty equal, but maybe... Just go back to that. It just seems a lot more faint. I see it more on the other one. Let's play around with it maybe. Again, it's not an exact science. I haven't like spent overly long making it perfect. So I guess I still have to fiddle with it a little bit to get it right. But that seems pretty good. All right, and that needs to be applied on the icon picture wrapper. There we go. Oh no, it's a gonzo. What happened? Oh yeah, we never applied it. That would happen. You got to apply it. Because if you don't, then it won't be applied. It's just that simple. All right. Now then, we're almost there. All we have to do is, there's one extra border here, and then this is also a gradient instead of a solid color. And then, yeah, this is the detail. Not enough quick play buttons. Yeah, I gotta add more. For sure. Hmm. So let's see, we need to get this background here. Whoa, what in the hey-hoo? Oh, that's how it works. Oh, I see. It's like a background on the item icon. All right, that's funky. I guess that works. It is a way to do a background. It is a thing that can be done. So this double border, what I was thinking is I can implement it with a border and then an outline around the border. And then we'll give the outline a gradient and we'll make the border semi-transparent as it is in this image. Yeah, these tiny little details. Tiny little things that nobody notices. But I feel like it really adds a lot. That's just fun, I guess. This was more for fun. Interesting. There's actually two borders. There's like one border there and then another lighter border applied on top of that border. And there's an inner glow. Wow. It's a lot going on there. So this background is going to be all right. So we got the background color. All right, now we need a background image that goes whoosh. What I might do is I might cheat here and I might make it really simple. Just like, I mean, it's basically not see-through. It's very barely that you can see that it's see-through, so I'll just take a color and then call it a day. It doesn't need to be see-through. And this inner glow here, you can't even see it except for this tiny little border. So I'm just going to ignore that. But what I will do is this gradient. And the way the gradient works is this color to that color, so let's just do it this way. Background image. It's going to be a linear gradient. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. All right, now we've got the gradients, except we've got it going the wrong way. So let's just flip that around. And that's on item icon, which is game main menu. Background image, here it is. All right, and that's fixed. Now we just have that inner border around that border. So it's a border and a border. And that's easy enough. All we have to do is put a border on our inner thing. Just say border, ep26 solid blue. And then we'll change it to match. All right, so there's 3 pixels there. Let's just do this, boop, that color. That's weird, the border's not showing. It's not showing nothing. Why would the border not show? Probably because it's an inner element, so I think we need it to be on, could put it on this. Or I could make it an after. You're late, Envy. How could you? Welcome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We're doing the theme. I tried fix. Why do I have a hoodie? Because it's cool. It's cool in here, so I have a hoodie on. Yes, you are fined now. Fined for it's the late tax. All right, we'll do that. Oh god, I forgot the position absolute. That's like the most important part. I know I just add a little 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels. And then we fix the border radius. And now we have like a border thingamabobber. Yay, borders. Borders and thingamabobbers. Yay. How do they work? It's magic, I tell ya. Magic. Yeah, 2 pixels. Definitely need 2 pixels. Or 3 pixels. I could do 3, but 2. That seems to look decent. What's the temperature outside? That's a good question. Well, let me see. Cold. It's like 12-ish Celsius. So yeah, decently cold. When I make this ginormous, it looks a little funky because it goes through the border because it's not a border. Let me just unfunkify this here. Unfunkification has failed. Oh well, you will never know because you will never make it that big. And if you do, well then, tough. Too bad. Although I am curious, what happens if I do this? Ah. See, that's the problem with borders that aren't borders. Maybe I should make it an actual border. Wait, actually, can you even do that? Border, linear, gradient. Okay, so their solution is to do exactly what I did. Just do what I did, and that is a solution. I mean, you know, that's fine. That's totally valid. So then, what we'll do is this. We could wrap the picture in another wrapper. A wrapper in a wrapper. where we center the picture inside of a div and have that div span the whole size of the thingamabobber. That would work, but that would be like another wrapper. I don't want so many wrappers. You know what? I'm gonna leave it, and if anybody at all complains about it, then I'll put a wrapper there. Have I ever heard of Dinky Bomb? I've never heard of that, but I have heard of this other bomb game. I forget what it's called. The classic online multiplayer game. Interesting. Yeah, it kind of does look like that, doesn't it? Interesting. I've never heard of it. Super old school, early 2000s. They were ahead of their time with the flat theme. Here's what the current theme looks like, by the way. The one that we're replacing. So this is the current theme, which very unique look to it. But now we're changing it. All right, so we've got this. Thanks, I appreciate it. Glad you like it. I'm thinking of how best to handle this. Do I know Bronx H? Oh, hi Novas. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What are you up to? All right, we just finished this theme over here, or this little icon. We are replacing the theme for Foony.com with a flat design. Hi Novas, welcome. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got that. Got to get a little more padding in here. Got to do the background thingamabobber. That'll really make it look a lot better. And then we've got to do this matrix transform to get that looking right. So let's see. What's the extra spacing here? Let's see, height of 47. But yeah, Novas, how was your stream? Let's see, 47. Let's see, paints here and do that. All right, now the question is, maybe I should remove this transform first before trying to get the sizing right. So is that transform? Yeah, that looks about right. Great stuff. Okay, so this will be useful. This will tell me how much I'm off. Great so far. What are you up to? What are you working on? Okay, let's see. 20 pixels there. Okay. And our offset here is 47. So we need 27 more. So that's about 2.5. Your drum practice app built with Flutter. Flutter, interesting. That's Java, right? I think. It's been a while since I've done Java. Your drum practice app. Oh, Dart. Okay. Yeah, like I said, it's been a while. I think I'd looked at Flutter briefly. So I'm guessing it's like a mobile app then? Feel free to link it, by the way. Okay, so we need a little bit more padding on this. Margin bottom, 16, let's do maybe about there. Dart gives you bad memories? I thought it was kind of cool when I looked at it. But obviously I didn't stick around, right? Because I barely even remember. Not too cold today? It's pretty chilly outside. I get cold easily though, so I just tend to wear extra. I like it. I feel cuddly. Okay, 50 pixels. And this was 47, right? Yeah, that's perfect. So margin bottom of 40 on that. You can also create a web or desktop out of the code. Yeah, that's cool. It reminds me a lot of React because React is also pretty cross-platform. Did I create the whole design of Foony? I didn't create the design. I made the site and the backend. So I don't design, I code. And I'm good at programming, but I'm not good at design. So I outsource the design, I outsource the images, I outsource the sound and the music. But yeah, that's what I do. Okay, we've done that. Now we need to get the right buttons. All right, now the buttons are going to be a little tricky because I don't think there is just like a standard transform. So it's basically you look at this and you try to make it work. So I made a document for doing these Photoshop to CSS transforms. And part of that, or like, exporting the stuff. Part of that is I wrote down how this matrix 3D transformation works because this is what I'll have to use. What programming language am I using mainly? I use TypeScript. That's the main one. A little bit of Bash for some scripts and stuff. Go is a really nice language. I just haven't used it. All right, so this matrix transform, and then there's like border radius stuff. Thingamabobbers going on. Let's see. So we're going to remove that one. And then we're going to remove the border radius. Perfect. I think the thing I'm most excited about Go with is its Go routines. I've heard they're really cool. Plus just how fast it is. Okay, so we've got this path here. Do I even have like a border radius on this thing? Let's just try a little bit of border radius and we'll just play around with it and get it to work. So reset the left and the right. Use Go in interpreter mode. It compiles so fast that you literally use it for scripting. What is interpreter mode for somebody who doesn't use Go? Like me, because I don't use Go. All right, what's the height of this thing? 60 pixels. All right, we got 60 pixels there and a gazillion pixels here. Let's see, so that is x by y. So that's 51. Wait, that's 60 pixels. But the size of this is enormous. 30 points. So you take 30, you divide it by 16, and you multiply by 0.8. So you get 24 over 16, which is 1.5. All right, so that's 1.5 on this. So it's 42, and then this was, what was the size of this again? 60. Interesting. Okay, so you can just like use Go as like a scripting language. Instead of Bash, you just write everything in Go. That's really cool. I think Go might be one of the next languages I learn. Okay, so that's 54. Let's see what the height is for realsies. So we're really about 68. So we're 8 pixels too tall. So I need to remove 6 pixels. There. That gives us the correct size. But now we need to increase the size here. Let's change this label. That's like online lobbies, so we'll change this to online lobbies. So what we really want is like 0 pixels. And then we want to specify a width of like some kind of width. So width here is about 400 pixels. So maybe like 350. Okay, now we have different transforms we can do. So instead of just doing like the normal transform, what we want is probably like a skew. Because the matrix is kind of a pain to work with. Much simpler to just do skew. And what we do here that's kind of special. Oh yeah, you can't even see the CSS that I'm doing. What we do here that's kind of special is that we put the background on a pseudo element because we don't want to change the text. Even though it's got a fancy looking background, we don't want it to apply to the text. I'll show you what I mean here. So if I were to transform this, you'll see that it applies to both the text and also the background. And that's not great because it makes it hard to read. It's amazing how the style changed just from the button. Yeah, well, I'm about to make this slight change to it. So the top is wider than the bottom, where it becomes more narrow. So now if I put this transform here, you can see the text stays the same even though the background changes. So it's still more readable even if you do something like that. The 3D part. Oh, I see, yeah. How we went from like this to just like this, and now everything's like so much more clean, 100%. Yeah, it just feels so much more clean. I agree. So we might actually want this matrix 3D transform thing, because I know I can do it real easy with it. Let's try it out. So we're just going to reset some of these things to the normal values. Okay, so we've got this value. I always love playing with this because it's neat. Okay, so that's going to stay at 1. Okay, so we've got the default. All right, we can see there's a bit of skewing going on there. It goes like, you know, diagonal. That's kind of cool, but not what we're going for. What about this one? Whoa. Oh gosh. Okay. So that makes it like that one. That's not what we want. Okay. You know what? Let's check out the document that we have and see what does what. So we have rotate X, Y, Z, depth. Moves the left closer to the camera. Rotate Z, moves top left and bottom right. And minus moves top right and bottom left. Stretches the Y. Oh, here we go. Moves top closer to camera. I think we want this depth. So that's going to be the 7th index. The thing at position 7. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, kind of like that. Now I just have to make it like less pronounced. But I'm a bit more than that. A bit more than that. Some trippy stuff going on here. It looks almost like the right is not as much as the left though. And that doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense. So a few things we need to check. We've got to check the size, make sure the width is correct, because the transform changes based on the width of this thing. If this is a super wide thing, we'll need a different kind of a transform for it. Okay, so it looks like it's less pronounced in the design. So let's just copy that, then take this width here, 378, and we're currently sitting at 350. So we need a bit more width. Let's just say that the min width is 320 pixels, maybe. Bottom left, top, and right is all 0. Oh, there's max width set to this. Boom. We're getting close. All right, what's the exact size of this thing? You know what, let's probably just take this value and multiply it by 0.8. 380 times 0.8 is going to be 240 plus 64, 304? Let's try 304. Yeah, perfect, 380. Yeah, that works great. Okay, so now we just have to get the other parts done. So here we go. It's up by about 5-ish pixels on that side. Let's make sure this side is the same. Please be the same. Three. No. Okay, okay, phew. 3 pixels both ways. So this is maybe like a 4 here. Maybe a 3. Let's try that out. I'll need a bit more on that side. Need a bit more on that side too. Great. Looks like this will work. Okay, well, let's just try like maybe a 4, 5-ish. I'm really glad that CSS has these transforms, even if they're a little finicky getting them to work. They're really cool. That's about right. That's about right. Okay, I'll reduce it maybe just a teeny tiny bit. All right, that looks good. Okay, I'm gonna copy that transform. Perfect. Okay, that's quite a lot of stuff. I'll be right back and then we'll copy that into the code. All right. So that's quite a lot of changes to the before. I'm just going to copy that whole thing and put it in my paint so I don't lose it. All right, so I've got that over here just in case. There's a lot of changes to this as well. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to copy this transform because that's the scariest part of this whole thing. And then we'll just look at this, modify this one first. Game Bhutans. Game equals classes dot game button. And we'll just say like this is all right, we got the width set there. Perfect. And then we do this before thingamabobber with a transform on it. And then we need all that other jazz that we just had. Which we get over here. Oh yeah, I didn't check the border radius. So that might look a little different. And that should be it. That should be good to go. Oh, the font size. 1.5. Forgot about that. There we go. Now that is the right size. But is it centered? So width of 95. And on this side, width of 72. I was right, it's not center. Ah, that would do it. Right, the max width, I forgot. Because we got rid of the max width, that's what it was. Boom, now it's fixed. Just unset that. All right, now you need to make the quick play, the very one, the one that like starts the game. That needs to be a different color. There we go, game button primary. The before element, that's right. There we go, and done. All right, perfect. It would be kind of cool if whenever you scrolled to the bottom here, the little thing went away. This little thingamabobber, the shadow. But that's pretty minor. Okay. We're getting there. We are 100% getting there. So quick play with bots. This is going to require us to make an actual change on the back end because we don't support this yet. What quick play with bots should do is it should just open up like the bot config, maybe have like a few options to configure for the game, and then you're immediately, it just creates a room, starts the game, you're in. That's the thing that should happen. You know, just one less step. You don't have to worry about creating a lobby, it just creates it for you and you're in the game. And then we have to get these other buttons working too. For now, let's just have it be simple. This will be I'll still call it quick play. But then we'll have it could even be join game. Maybe this is just join game, and it does the same thing as clicking on join by code. What else do we have? We have the details. That should be like a how to play or something. Which is supposed to be the details. If anybody wants to come up with like a nice details for each of the games and like how to play or any of the games, I would be more than happy to add it to the site. And you can use Markdown if you want. But anyways, okay, so we gotta do the high scores, achievements, items. Defaults for each lobby. Details, like how to play the game. So for example, right now this is the details. Run or bomb away, all strategies are viable. But it would be nice if it was like use up, down, left, right, or WASD, spacebar to place bombs, getting hit, you know, puts you in a bubble. Yeah, just anything. You could even just put it in like a Word doc and I can make it work. But if anybody wants to do that, I would be very appreciative. We can put it on the site. Okay, so now we have join game, high scores, achievements, inventory. I feel like this should be in order of importance. So quick play and join game, they need to be at the top because they're the most important. Um, hmm. What's the least important? I feel like this might be an okay order, actually. Yeah, that's probably a fine order. Okay. So now we need to make these buttons work. And we also have to add the background. Let's look at the background done real fast. Well, let's see. How does, oh, you know what? Let me get a commit in, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so this is going to be multiple commits. You can see here the image size just going up like kaboom. I guess this one didn't really change. That one did. Yeah, look at that. It's so much bigger. I like this dino so much. It's so cute. Time to do the food. Sounds good. Take care, Aaron's here. Thanks for hanging here. I appreciate it. Increase the size of game icons because we want to display the icon on the new game details page. Okay, we've done that. And then this change here. Improve. Add styling for game details page. Style the middle area for buttons and icon. All right, git push. Okay, so now we need like modals that pop up and show all the jazz. And gotta make that look good. I guess it doesn't have to be a modal, but I feel like it might as well be. It can either be a modal or it can take you to a new page. For example, like this shop page with like a back button. I'm not really sure what the best design is for it. I'm excited. This looks so much better though. Okay, so let's see. For now, let's just make the stuff work again because it's totally borked currently. And also, what does it look like on the old theme? So let's say I do retro theme here. I'm guessing the buttons are gonna look funky, and it's probably the only thing that'll look funky. Oh, well, that looks a little funky. Right, yeah, because that wasn't implemented in the retro theme. So it's all, that's a bit weird. We should be able to fix this though. So for this one, we just want to remove the max width, and we go and we do this. Left, 0, right, 0, bottom, 0. And we change the transform. Do this. And then we move it up a little bit, maybe. Kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. There. Now it's fixed for the old theme. And that should be good. So it's bottom left, right top. Bottom left, right top. I mean, it still looks a little funky, right? Because it feels a little flat on this thing here. It's a bit flat, and this over here is pretty flat. When it should instead be more like this. But I'll worry about it later because people aren't even supposed to use this theme. I'm sure somebody will point it out at some point. All right, let's get this thing working again so that it at least does something. Even if it's not going to do what's the final thing will do, at least it will do something. All right, where is this thing? Here it is, nav bar. If you get disconnected, will you be able to continue the existing game? Probably not. Because the lobby system, the way it works, is the room constantly is checking that you're sending it pings. And if you stop sending it a ping, then it will kick you out of the room. And if there are no users left in a room, then it will kill the room. But if you're going through a tunnel and you come back quickly enough, then you will still continue the existing game. Although, if you refresh the page, then even in private lobbies, it still does the same thing. It still ends if you get disconnected. There are some things I can do. I can increase the amount of time you have before you get disconnected, or I can do something. I don't know. So currently there is a 20-second grace period. So you have 20 seconds to send a ping request. And let's see. You send a ping every 6 seconds. So you can be disconnected at most about 14 seconds. What the hell? Are there any adjustments to that you'd want, Lynette? Such as like a longer wait time or some kind of weird edge case for private rooms? Like, I can imagine if we ever add a game like a jigsaw puzzle game, I can imagine that people wanting to be able to rejoin it after a while and not have the game just killed off immediately. So maybe we could do something there. But I also don't want to have a bunch of rooms that nobody's in. That's also a really messy part of the code. Set redirect is the way this thing worked before. Ew. Let's change that. I should increase the grace time in private rooms if players are present. What do you think is a good grace time for private rooms? I think I can do that. Let's see, we've got game ID, we've got, oh, we need history as well. Okay, we've got that. And then we have to do on click. There we go. So now when you click that, oh, gotta do disabled. Maybe something like Netflix. Are you still on or watching? Or something similar? We could do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. If people, we just have that pop up after a while if there's no user input, and then they can click, and then that's a really good idea. We could do that. What do you think a good grace period is though? Like, let's say this person is out of the room. They're not in the room, they are disconnected. How long should that room remain open? I'll put that on the list. There we go, pass the game ID in. What the heck? I didn't join the game. What is going on? Oh no, I broke it horribly. It's saying I joined. Oh, you know what I think it might be? Maybe I'm using SSE or something. I bet my server is using SSE. Let's just restart that. Server is using SSE, but the client is not. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Okay, cool. So I've got the quick play working. It's not perfect right now. We're gonna make it simpler. It's not gonna take you to a room. If you're disconnected, you have 10% of the base time plus 40x increment. Max of 3 minutes to reconnect. That's awesome. Okay, so we'll do something similar. How about we can work around something for every game? Well, rooms are not game specific. A room is a room. So the concept of a room is that a room contains a game session. But that game session could be for any game and it could change at any time. But a room only has one game session and it always has one game session. I mean, we could do some weird stuff where the room checks its current game and it's like, oh, okay, well, this game has this kind of a grace period, and you know, we take it the current time and we compare it to the grace period of that game, and if less than, then, you know, end the game. Chess is different from Papa Word. That's true. Papa Word is like a 90-second game, really short. But chess is definitely more of a thinking game. And you can definitely have longer games for chess. That's true. It's very true. Okay, so how about maybe change this by game? So some games have a longer grace period. I also need to do something about this really tricky problem, okay? So like, let's say I make a lobby, okay? I'm in a lobby. Now, if I look at the network, I look at what happens here. If I leave the game, the client will tell the server that I left the game immediately. So I left the game, leave room. This kicks me out of the room, and then the server knows that it can kill the game because there's nobody in it. Now, that's great, but what if I make a game and I refresh? It still says leave room. So I need a way of differentiating a refresh from somebody who is leaving for good. And what makes it a little tricky is, well, you can't really put them in a waiting room. Because you want to have a distinction between somebody who refreshes the page because they're coming back and somebody who closes out of the game. You know, they click away from the game. Now, you could say, well, just put it on this X button here. If they click the X button, then they want to leave the room. Sure, they do. You're right. But what if they click here? You know, they left the room. They should still leave. So you have to see if the event occurred as a result of a click. Which I can do. Because it would be nice if refreshing didn't kick you out of the room. It would be really nice if refreshing didn't kick you out of the room, actually. Okay, let me think here. How would I do this? All right, so here's where it's occurring. Use before unload. Isn't that just the same as like a use effect with a return? Let me see what the implementation is here for this thing. I bet it's just like a use effect. Like it's probably real basic, right? Surely. Use before unload. Oh, it's different. Literally before unload. That's not what I want. What about this? What about a use effect? And let's return. I wonder if that works. Oh, I think the reason I didn't do this is because what if the user clicks out? What if they close the tab? Do they want to leave the room if they close the tab? So that's actually kind of tricky. So if I click away, I should still leave room. But now if I refresh, I don't leave the room anymore. I feel like that's a better experience. And then if I kill the tab, I also won't leave. Like if I do this, kill the tab. Is that okay? Or is there a way to tell? Oh yeah, somebody here had the same exact issue. So basically they used local storage. That's insane. Oh, that's not even a good solution. This is basically just like a reverse ping. So if you don't ask the server to disconnect the user, then they just stay connected forever. That's not good. I don't even know why it was that upvoted. Okay, so basically there's no good answer. You either have both or you have neither. Maybe it's okay to just do it this way. Because I think it's more annoying that you close the game than the alternative. Let's see. Leave the room if player clicks away from the room. This doesn't trigger on tab close because doing so would also trigger on reload. All right, so what I'll do is that way the user will still leave the room. And then we can add extra delay depending on the game for their grace period. And then, yeah. So we can kind of do what you want. How would I differentiate bad players who disconnect deliberately in a lost position versus those who have network problems? You can't. Yeah, you can't. So yeah, I don't know what you would do there. Hi Sharma, how's it going? We're wrapping up, kinda. We're doing the theme for Foony. I've been going for about 6.5 hours now, something like that. I guess maybe not that long, but it feels like it. A warning message when you close the tab. Well, the warning message shows up if you refresh or close the tab. So I don't really want to do that. I could. I mean, you're in a room. Actually, I was surprised that the game guard. Oh, you know what? It's because you're not in a game at the time. So if I do this and I start a game, for example, and now I refresh, then it'll ask. Except it still kicks you because this before unload thing still handles. Still gets triggered. But it won't anymore. So that will no longer kick you. But now if I do this and I refresh, what? It didn't even warn me. I don't know why it stopped warning me. There's supposed to be like a leaf guard that occurs. Weird. A leaf guard. Yeah, this thing right here. Is in room and game state is in game and not a spectator. So this right here is supposed to trigger. How was my work experience at Google? Google is a great company to work for. I worked there for a little over 3.5 years or so, somewhere right around there. People are brilliant. The code is beautiful. You learn a lot. But I mean, like, it's a very comfy lifestyle. But it's also like I felt kind of like if I had stayed at Google, it would be impossible to achieve greatness, which I guess is pretty arrogant or whatever, but that's kind of the way I felt. I was like, okay, my life is going to be really good, but I don't know. There's just something where I want to, do something. I want to have my name on something. I want to maybe be known for something. Foony is cool, for example. I can point to it and be like, wow, hey, look what I did. But the 3.5 years I spent at Google, what can I really say? Oh, I made resources faster on Android. Okay. You know, it's just not really the same. And sure, like maybe I would have far more impact at Google. But yeah, I don't know. Also, like the biggest thing, the reason I left, for example, is I wasn't able to work full-time remote. And that was really, really big for me because I don't want to go back into an office. I am not an office kind of person. Okay, so we've got the leave room. Stop leaving room on refresh. Okay, cool. Phew, the nav this guard thing still shows up. Okay, so refresh is fine. Nice. I'm so glad that works. If you can work efficiently as full-time remote, you're also very disciplined? Maybe. I enjoy work. I want the autonomy. You know? That's really important for me. All right. So we got all that done. Okay, I have done a lot of code today. I am tired and ready for a break. So I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for playing. Thank you for watching. I appreciate everyone's support. Yeah, just thank you for being here. And if anybody has a recommendation, I remember Aaron Tier had a recommendation yesterday, which I missed because I was so fast getting out of here. But if you have a recommendation on who to raid, let me know. Let me know soon because I tend to do this pretty quick. And experienced engineers can definitely enjoy autonomy. Absolutely. Absolutely. While freshers definitely need guidance. I 100% agree with you. People who are new to coding and don't have a lot of experience, definitely, I feel like they benefit from being in person. Because being there, you know, with a junior dev and showing them hands-on is really powerful. And it's hard to recreate that in a remote environment. Purple elf. Okay, we have a recommendation. Let's do purple elf. If I can spell. Purple wolf. Okay. Purple. Wait, no, I still can't spell. Okay, purple wolf. Okay. Oh, good suggestion. Okay. All right, get ready. I'm about to raid Purple Wolf.
See Jurassic World Dominion in theaters June 10th.
But this also doesn't do conditional rendering. How does it get hidden? What